welcome. Welcome. Let's see, is everything working well? Can you hear me and everything like that? Give me a thumbs up if you can see this and hear. And let's see if the comments are working because we're doing a Q&A. So that's going to require your questions and my answers. So get comfortable. I'm getting comfortable. I'm going to take your weight loss, diet questions, and I'll wait for some people to tune in and start asking. I don't have anything prepared other than everything in here to answer your questions. So as soon as people start tuning in and asking away, then I'll get into it. Just if you're watching this for the first time, if you're just tuning into my channel for the first time, I do videos about health and wealth mostly, because you can't be wealthy without health, without your life. So health comes first, and then I do sometimes do business and investing videos as well. So let's get your questions rolling in. I'll answer them as they come in. This should get interesting. I've done a lot of different lives in the past, and sometimes they go all the way over 3 hours, but we'll see how many questions you have today. And my background these days, if you are new to my channel, that is, and don't already know, I've been putting out a lot of different cooking videos. They're really specific in the alkaline vegan videos. And basically I take some which would be unhealthy foods and make a healthier version of them. That's kind of in a nutshell. So check out some of my videos. I have some pretty good recipes going. But right now I'm here to answer your weight loss questions. If you have any diet or weight loss questions or comments, now's the time to ask them. Let's make sure the comments are even working. And someone needs to break the ice and ask the first question. So until then, I will think of a story to tell you. I do have some good before and after pictures as far as weight loss goes. I will show them at the end. One of my subscribers actually gave me permission to share those with the public, and I want to show you one person's alkaline vegan weight loss before and after. So that's something that you want to stick around for. I'll show that later, but right now I'm just going to answer your questions. Need a couple minutes for some more people to log in. Where are you tuning in from? I'll start asking you questions. Most of my subscribers are from the US, but there are a lot of people from the UK, Canada, Jamaica, Russia, Philippines. Those are I think the top places people are tuning in from. People from all over the world. It is Friday evening, so we'll see who wants to talk about weight loss on a Friday evening. Just me. So ask your questions below if you're just tuning in, and I will answer them as they come in. Right now I'm just keeping myself entertained until someone asks the first question. So don't be shy. If you want to lose weight, you're in the right place. There's no judgment here. Be kind to each other in the comments. Everyone's very positive on my channel, so that's usually no problem. But you can ask anything. If it's too private and you don't want to ask in public, you can reach out to me. There's a link in the bottom of the description. Otherwise, the comment section is a good place to get your questions answered. And I was also thinking about doing a video about self-image because it can be related to weight loss. So while I wait for more people to tune in and ask questions, By the way, thank you whoever gave me another thumbs up. I appreciate that. That helps YouTube to help share my video out. So please and thank you, give it a thumbs up. That really does help a lot, so I appreciate it. So until someone asks a question, I'll talk about the self-image. How about that? My background is in psychology. I studied it for over 15 years, and I learned a lot about self-image. What I ended up learning, however, was that physical health is more important than mental. You need your physical body in order to have good mental health. But the self-image is something you can use to your advantage if you are trying to lose weight. So let's talk about that a little bit, and I'll wait till your questions start coming in, till someone gets the courage to ask, or till one of my regular subscribers tunes in and comments. So the self-image is like a thermostat. Basically, the thermostat, if you don't know, is the thing that you set the temperature. Most of them are digital now. I remember when they used to be analog. So you set the temperature of the room, and then the heat goes up or goes down to that level, and then it clicks off and it stops. So what does that have to do with weight loss? Well, it has to do with so many different things in your life, including weight loss. Self-image is the thermostat keeping you wherever you're at right now. So, I used to do videos years ago about, are you stuck in a rut, or how to succeed, things like that. And this has a lot to do with where you're at right now, where your thermostat is set. Because you can change the thermostat and your life will automatically readjust. But this, I'm making it sound easier said than done, because most people aren't doing the things that they need to do to change the thermostat. What they're doing is trying to change it in other ways that are temporary, and that if the thermostat is set, it's set. You can briefly get the temperature up or down, but what's going to happen? Eventually, something's going to kick in, the furnace or the AC, and I'm metaphorically speaking. The metaphorical furnace or AC is going to kick in and bring it back down or up. So, as you can tell where my thermostat is set just by looking at me, you can kind of tell partly what I'm thinking by the way I look. And I know we're not supposed to judge each other by the way we look. Yeah, we do anyway. That it's built into our brain. I've studied this for a long time. So how do you get your thermostat to set where you want it, your ideal self-image? You can, if your ideal weight is less than it is now, it's really what you want to look like, or what you think you should look like, your belief about yourself. You can change this. You can change the thermostat. And I'll get into how to do that. So, if you're with me this far, does this make sense? If this makes sense, comment yes. It's just so that I make sure that you're all awake. And basically, the way to change your self-image, to reset your thermostat to your ideal self or ideal weight, you'll still be yourself, but you can't fool Mother Nature, but you can get to where you want to be realistically, as long as it's physically possible. You can achieve it. It doesn't matter if you think it seems impossible. As long as it's possible in the rules of the universe, then you can achieve it. That's my belief. And I've used this same concept that I'm talking about here about weight loss. I've used this about self-image. I've used this same concept to achieve different things in different areas of my life many times, so I know that it works. And it has to do with visualization to some degree. But I'm not talking about at this point, I'm not talking about the specific foods to eat or specific exercises to do. See, that's what most people think when they think about losing weight. They think, okay, go on a cram diet for a week or two and then, or 3. That's about as long as I've noticed people can last normally in normal situations. Maybe 3 weeks doing something new until it gets really uncomfortable, because your self-image, your thermostat is still set at the old image. So you can cram it in, or you can force something for a few weeks, but that's as much as you can force it. It's going to go back to the old way. Unless you change the underlying thermostat, metaphorically, which is your self-image, your beliefs about yourself, or your visualization of what you think you should look like or be like. It's not always about weight. I'm just making it about weight for this specific video. Usually I make this about something else, about finance, about another part of your life. You can use the same concept to achieve great things. And in this case, the great thing is weight loss, because for some people, that's a necessity to get on to other parts of your life. Your health is the most important thing. My health has failed in the past, and it took everything along with it. So if right now you're scheduling your health around your life, eventually your schedule is going to be dictated by your health. So for me, I always put health first because I learned the hard way, and now I'm laughing at it, but it wasn't funny a few years ago. If you want to learn more about my story, check out some of my other videos. I have 200 videos, and I have playlists dividing them up into different topics, but it's all related to health and wealth. So your well-being in general. So anyone have any questions as far as, or should I keep rambling on about the self-image? Because I can dive as deep as possible. But I am waiting, the people that are just tuning in, this is a Q&A, so ask your questions in the comments now, and I will answer them. So, what are some ways, okay, awesome. Shina says, hi Doug, do you have any tips on what alkaline foods to gain weight? Okay, well, maybe I should make another video about gaining weight. But I will, because I know a few people have asked me about that too. Selena said, keep going. Okay, thank you. I need that feedback live because it's awkward to just talk to yourself. So I appreciate the comments coming in. Awesome, thank you, keep them coming. So I will talk about gaining weight and specific foods, alkaline foods, avocado, nuts, but don't eat too many nuts. You're not supposed to eat more than like 2 walnuts or 2 Brazil nuts a day. Most people don't know that, and they're like shoveling handfuls of nuts right when they're, some people when they're trying to go vegan or whatever, they don't know what to eat. And I've had this, more than one person has done this. I'm kind of chuckling about it, but I'm not judging if you were doing that. And I used to do that back in the day too. Oh yeah, nuts are healthy. Just eat handfuls of them at a red light. Or, take a trail mix and shoveling handfuls of it. That will wreck your digestion, especially if you're having digestive issues already. So nuts are good to gain weight, but be careful, only a couple a day, and they're better to eat in the evenings, if you really want to get technical about it. Avocado, you can eat MCT oil, which is basically coconut oil. You can float it on top of your alkaline tea, like a tablespoon on top. You can start with a teaspoon and gradually work your way up. Almonds they used to be on the list, but they're not anymore because oftentimes they're really just peach pits labeled as almonds, and they're not really high quality almonds. So if what you're getting, is good quality almonds, yes, it's good. Otherwise, stick to walnuts or Brazil nuts or hemp seeds. There's another answer to your question, how to hemp seeds have the healthy kind of fat that you want. You can eat a lot of hemp seeds. It's harder to overdo it on those. You can eat a decent amount. Well, now that I said that, someone's going to think it's a challenge. But so those are the healthy fats. Other than that, why are you trying to gain weight anyway? You're trying to gain muscle or gain fat? And why would you be trying to gain fat? So is it just because people are judging you and looking at you, or is it for your health? If you're feeling amazing, then don't worry about it. But if you're, I'm talking about the self-image, there is some degree that you can influence the way you look physically. You can't, I'm not talking about surgery or anything unnatural like that. I'm saying natural. Your genetics are one thing, and a lot of people blame things on genetics. Yeah, the color of your hair and stuff like that, but don't blame weight on genetics. I'm not in agreement with that. Your son wants to bulk up a bit. Yeah, I used to be like that when I was younger. Trying to impress people being healthy is the most important thing. Don't worry about impressing people is what I would say. But if you're trying to gain weight, muscle, keep in mind that 90% of your body is water. So drink tons of water. And the way to bulk up a bit is to be unhealthy and to, most people don't do it in a healthy way. Because what is bulk? Why would anyone want bulk? Not to be healthy. It's healthier to be flexible and fast, flexible, and energetic. But lift a lot of heavy weights would be how to bulk up. Lift a lot of heavy weights but I would say warm up properly, stretch properly, because most people aren't. And, I've been doing martial arts for over 25 years. I've been injured more than once, and I've seen other people being injured. I've seen other people try to gain muscle in such an unhealthy way. I've seen, friends and people losing weight unhealthy ways and gaining it back. I've been around the block, and as a martial artist, I would say to bulk up, make sure that you stretch, because your tendons and ligaments are important to be healthy before you try adding on muscle. So most people aren't patient enough to do that in a healthy way, and they're just, young and just, trying to force Mother Nature to do this or that. Don't put a force on Mother Nature. Use Mother Nature or the universe or God, even. You could say this in different ways. Use it to your advantage instead of going against it and doing it the hard way and just damaging your body and then later learning. That's what most people do. They learn after they get injured, or they don't do the preparation. And, I saw Jean-Claude Van Damme, he's a famous martial artist, if you don't know, an actor from maybe decades ago. But he was on a late show years ago. I remember someone asking about how to build muscle, because he was maybe in his 50s and still had bulging muscles. And what did he say? How to bulk up? He said, stretching. Exactly what I've just been saying, because you'll damage your ligaments. So anyway, I would lecture your son about that. But health, you know, that's a good question though. These are good questions. I tried to bulk up for years and years and years. Tried gaining weight in unhealthy ways. Looking in hindsight, now I know better. So I've tried to gain weight through protein drinks and eating tons of this and that and eating 7 times a day. There's to a certain degree, you're limited to your body type. So there's some flexibility that you can change what you look like in a healthy way. But would always stress in a healthy way. Otherwise, you're going to pay the price later. And what is that price? Pain, permanent damage sometimes, years of injury. It can be brutal out there. Carrie said, what's good to get iron? I was told that your iron's almost depleted. CMOS, sarsaparilla. Okay, CMOS, definitely. If you're taking it already, take more. Burdock root, sarsaparilla root. If you're not taking enough of it, if you're already taking it, take more of it every day. Hemp seeds have a lot of iron. Off the top of my head, that's a jackpot. Yeah, actually, just CMOS, sarsaparilla, hemp seeds, just eat only those. These are good questions. Keep them coming. Someone said to keep going. I was talking about the self-image earlier. Another way to influence your self-image is to, and thank you for the thumbs up. I see some more people left it. Awesome. I appreciate that. That is the way that you're helping the channel a lot, because I can't thumbs it up myself. So YouTube has a mathematical algorithm, and they won't show my videos to anyone unless you thumbs it up. And commenting is great. Sharing it is great. Yeah, those are important. So I appreciate that. And as far as self-image goes, you can use your visualization. You can use affirmations. But most people don't do this the right way. There's a lot of videos on affirmations on the internet. There's a lot of videos about visualization on the internet. But why don't most people get the results they're looking for? Is because they're imagining, they're visualizing what they don't want. And they think they're doing it the right way. They're not willing to realize that they're doing it wrong, and they're trying to force nature, like I was saying. The Mother Nature or the universe, the laws, gravity I'm talking about, physics. You find out, our job, as far as my perspective, is to find out how they work and then get into the flow. Get into the flow. Don't try to go against the stream. If you get sucked out in a riptide into the ocean, you swim sideways to get out of it. You don't try to go the opposite way, or it'll just wear you out and you'll get burnt out and you'll get sucked under. The same thing with life, and this has happened to me. If you try to go against the grain of life, it's going to suck you under and spit you out. So it's better, in my estimation, to find the flow of how does the universe work and then surf on top of it, so to speak, and get into that groove, get into the flow, get nature working to your favor. You can't trick nature. You can't beat God. You can't get a one-up on the earth. Or, do you understand what I'm trying to say? There's people out there trying to do it their way, and they're gonna get chewed up and spit out. So trying to do everything your way instead of trying to find out how it actually works is a foolish and childish in my perspective. But, I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to say I'm perfect. I'm just trying to help out best I can from my own personal experiences. And I speak from painful experiences of the things I learned for this channel. It was all painful. Nothing that I talk about here was easy. The easy stuff is leave that to someone else to talk about. I want to make videos about really, the hardcore things that I've learned that will help, it's positive, but it's real positive. It's not fake positive. You know what I'm talking about? Those other people that are just blowing smoke up your butt online, the gurus trying to make you smile and feel good and buy their stupid supplement that doesn't work and has additives in it. Yeah, those people. There's so many of them. And everyone's got their own brand of supplement and whatever, and that's why I don't, I have my own. I make my own supplements, but I'm not really selling them because it's not, first of all, there's nothing added. There's no artificial stuff in it. So it's probably harder for me to do it than they're just pumping theirs full of BS and selling it for astronomical ripoff prices. And I'm being really critical, but this is what I see on the internet. That's just what I see. I'm not making anything up. And I can show you specific examples. I don't really want to call specific names out, but if you have your favorite guru online, send me their info and I'll critique it, or hey, maybe they're awesome, and then I'll say they're awesome. But I'll be honest about it. And most people wouldn't, in my experience. So going back to the self-image and keeping it about weight loss, but you can apply this to anything, like I said. Affirmations and visualization. So how are most people doing these wrong? I'm talking about these fake people online. There's too many to count. The law of attraction crowd. I've been interested in that for over 10 years, so I know what's going on. I studied personal development for over 10 years and psychology for over 15 years. And what can you actually use? What can you actually use to get a result? Because the psychology I studied in a university wasn't useful to get a result. It was nice and I did really well and I got straight A's and blah, 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 whatever that does. Nothing really. I found out the hard way. They got my money and then they gave me an A written on a piece of paper. And I don't think it was an even trade. But in hindsight. So what I learned in personal development and psychology, the stuff I talk about on my channel is stuff I learned after quitting doing that, and then actually what really works. So there's what they do over there in the university with psychology. That's not what I'm doing with psychology. I'm sometimes a contrarian, and I talked about swimming against the stream. Definitely, it's okay to go against society when society is wrong, but I'm talking about the laws of the universe, like gravity. Going against pop culture and going against gravity, can you tell the difference? So for me, I enjoy going against the grain as far as culture, because culture is sometimes wrong. And culture is just a group habit. And habits are what make the quality of your life. So, how to get better habits, affirmations, visualization. Maybe one of your affirmations is that I'm so thankful that I have such good habits. That is a good affirmation. That's priceless right there. If someone actually understands that, what I just said, that could be life-changing for someone. But I would think most people, it would go in one ear and out the other, and they don't really understand how to make it work. With affirmations, they have to be non-stop, hammered into your head, and the way that they're written, the way that they're phrased, is the way that they're worded is going to make them effective or not. I have old videos where I talked about this to great length. So check some of those out. For more, I have videos just about affirmations. Basically what you do, I write mine out in all caps, print them out, and I put them in various places in the house. One good place is the bathroom, because that's one place that you frequent during the day. You can either stick it on the mirror, hang it on the wall, put it on the floor, sit it on the sink. It doesn't even matter. Set it next to your bed. Be creative, but don't be too creative. Put it somewhere that you're going to see over and over and over and over again. And then when you look at them, you should be hammering them into your head. You should be like, and it would help, like I'm doing right now. I'm making a physical movement because I understand psychology. And a physical, getting your body into it is actually going to help your brain it's going to help this stuff sink in to your subconscious mind and make a change and get the result. The result is what you want. So the affirmation, yeah, it's not going to seem like it's working the first day. What about the second day? You have to just go over and over and over again. And your affirmations have to be worded properly, because since you're hammering these over and over and over again into your subconscious mind, if you're doing the wrong thing, or if you're visualizing something that you don't want while you're saying your affirmations, then you have to change your affirmations so that you're sure that what you're visualizing while you're saying them is actually what you want. Does that make sense? I'm saying that based on what I know and how people do it the wrong way. And that people, when they pray for something, which that's an affirmation, a prayer. It's the same thing. So your prayer or affirmation can be, thank you for the XYZ. Thank you for my ideal weight. Or I'm so thankful that I look and feel so good these days. Or I'm so thankful that I'm looking and feeling better all the time. That would be a good affirmation, because you have to word it in a way that your brain doesn't argue with. Because your thermostat, remember the thermostat I talked about in the beginning of the video? The thermostat is going to be set your old way. Your old habit is still going to be there. And it's foolish and naive to think that your old habit is just going to miraculously disappear now that you started something new. No, that's not how it works. You have to cram the affirmations in to flood out the old habit and replace it with something new. It's not just going to go away. It's not just going to go away. You're going to have to flush it out with the new habits and make it irrelevant. So when the old habit pops up, you have to kick your body into gear and go, whoa, 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 whoa. And stop what you're doing and rewrite the habit. Go get your affirmation and go, this is how it is. This is how it is. This is how it is. Basically, you're saying what is. It's what you want later, but you're saying it as if it's already. So it's what you want in the future, but it's right now. So, for example, if you wanted to lose 100 pounds, you would say, I lost 100 pounds already, and it's awesome. Or it feels so good now that I lost 100 pounds. Wow, I'm so thankful. God is good. That's the type of prayer. Do you see how you know that most people are praying wrong? That this is the right way, and it's okay with me. I mean, they're not hurting me by praying wrong. I'm not judging, but I'm just saying. To most people are saying, please, can I have I'm overweight, or something like that. And I'm exaggerating to make a point. But really, it should be more like, thank you so much. I did it. I got the ideal weight. Or I look so much better. Or I look and feel better and better and better. That way, it's progress. Better and better. Wow, I look and feel better and better. I look and feel better and better. You see that how you can trick your own psychology? Ingris said, blessed and thanking God for having you in this world to help us. Oh, I feel this ditto for having you make that comment. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate you probably just as much or more as you're appreciating. So that's awesome. Thank you for letting me know that this is sinking in, because I'm on a video and I can't see your reaction in real life. So the comments are good help for me to steer the video towards, if I could see you in real time, I can, gauge your body language and take the conversation one way or another. But if only. I am actually planning, I'm glad I brought that up. I am planning a live event. It's going to be next year in February. I'm going to do either a week. I haven't picked the place yet, but I'm going to start talking about it now because we can plan for a year, and it's only going to be probably 10 people or less. If we get more than 10, we'll do another week after that, but we'll see. So someone said, Manuel said, have you heard of the Venus Project? Yeah, I've definitely heard of the Venus Project. I'm trying to remember what exactly it was. I've definitely heard of it. It's been a few years since it came up, so let me remember what jogged my memory really quickly. I've got my trusty iPad here. Venus Project. That's not it. Oh, the social change for sustainable. Oh, it was Jacques Fresco. Yeah. Oh, he built all those little, like little villages in an eco village. Oh yeah, this I heard about this a long time ago. A very bold direction where humanity and the environment are. I I'm that I'm into that. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how far they go with it. That I'm not sure if I'm totally living like that to the fullest yet, but I think I'm heading in that kind of direction. Very cool. I missed your comment just now, though. What was that? Let's see. They inspired the Zeitgeist films. Oh, I watched those a long time ago, maybe over 10 years. Man, that was over 10 years ago. I've seen those. Dr. Sebi introduced the alkaline life to this generation. Yes, absolutely. And a very bold direction. Oh, you're very impressive. Oh, that's kind of you. I don't impress myself at all, but that's nice of you. I'm not doing this to be impressive. I'm just most people would say that I'm strange, but you saying it's impressive is a kind twist on it. So I appreciate that. I have a lot of very interesting videos, that's for sure. If you like this kind of stuff, you would like my other videos as well. The most alternative I've learned of, it's worth investigating for anyone interested. You know, I'm not a doom and gloom type person where, oh, the humans are destroying the earth. I think that we can bring it back around. And yeah, it's easier said than done, but I don't think going to Mars and whatever, I'm not, honestly, I'm just saying my honest opinion. I'm not into like going into space or whatever. I think we're it's overabundant on Earth. There's plenty for everyone. They just don't understand. I didn't used to understand abundance, but you know, I've shifted my thinking from scarcity to abundance, and that's really that shift in psychology or philosophy, that shift in thinking improved my life a lot. So I recommend it. I'm always thinking about abundance. Instead of positivity, I think abundance. Because, you know, life isn't always positive, and these fake positive self-help people, you know, like I mentioned, I studied psychology for over 15 years to try to feel better or help people. And mostly what I found out is that physical health is what's holding most people back. If they if they cleaned out their system, they would get a glimpse of at least what good mental health might be like. And then they can decide to keep going down the rabbit hole of good health, which gets better and better as you go. Manuel said, I'm with you, not interested in space travel. Let's settle our basic affairs, right? And getting more involved. Yeah, before getting involved in something else. Yeah. The last thing, Bill Hicks was my favorite comedian, the late, great Bill Hicks. And he actually, I'm like a healthier version of Bill Hicks. I'd like to think. Well, he was a master of comedy and philosophy. But he said, let's solve this food air deal. I forgot what he was talking about, but that comes to mind that people. Oh, he was talking about people were having too many children. Well, I don't agree with that anymore. There's a lot of people trying to depopulate the planet, and what does that even mean? Depopulate. Write that down for a minute and look at it. Wait a minute. What is that? What? That means kill people. That's a politically correct BS way to try to. Oh man, I sense a rabbit hole it's straying from the original topic of weight loss. Let's go back to the weight loss topic. Because unless you want me to rant about it and then encourage my ranting, which I'm fine with it. If that's where this video is going, then I do want to give people the opportunity to ask questions on weight loss, though, because that's what I titled the video. Someone said, okay, Manuel said population control is insane. We haven't tried countless options in managing society. Exactly. I encourage your rants. Okay. Good. Yeah. I've seen it with my own two eyes. The videos of certain people talking about population control, and I went to look some of those videos up, and it was hard to find them. So it looks like people are covering their evil tracks. But there's a lot of people talking about, oh yeah, there's too many people in the earth. We need less people. What? You're a person, idiot. How about we need less you? People, not you. I mean, persons saying we need less people. We need less of them. How are we going to decide who should be less of? How about the people saying there should be less people? Geez, I think I just solved it. All of the rest of us want to live and live in peace and harmony. How about that? How about living in peace and harmony? Ever tried that? Most people haven't. Okay, here's where this rant is headed. It's headed towards, and I'm not anti-capitalism at all. I'm a capitalist. Free market, if only we had a free market, freedom where, someone wants something and they can get it. There's not some big brother or nagging neighbor saying, you have to pay me to check what you're doing first. You need a license to blow your nose here. Oh, you have to... Oh. It's getting really dark really quickly. It's hard for me to rant without you live in front of me, in life. A live audience is always better. That's why I'm planning a live event. I'm going to do a retreat next February. Somewhere warm, somewhere hot. Manuel says money was great 100 years ago, but it no longer serves the useful function. But I do believe even within a monetary system, we can be way better off than this. Well, here's my response to that. I'm glad that you brought that up. I did a few videos recently about money. Here's what most people don't understand about money. What they're calling money, as I keep doing air quotes because it's not money. What people call money is not money. Shaina said, do the retreat in Barbados. Hey, I'm open to suggestion. In fact, I do want your suggestions. Barbados is the first suggestion. All right, it's on the list. I'll have everyone vote on it before I choose a place. I'm shopping around for places right now. I'm thinking along those lines, but I don't want people to have to get a you know what test just to get on an airplane. So might be continental US. I'm not sure yet. I'm not exactly sure what's going to be going on next February. But yeah, somewhere tropical is best for sure. For a retreat, absolutely. It's going to be awesome, and the location is going to be very key. You live in Barbados? Oh yeah, awesome. Well, for you, it would be really convenient. Well, maybe I'll do a tiny retreat and I'll just come down there and we can cook alkaline food in Barbados and just. That sounds awesome. Okay, a lot of comments are rolling in. Money. Okay, well, I was talking about money, and I just want to really quickly say money, what most people say is money is really fiat currency, which means it has no intrinsic value. It means you could blow your nose or wipe your you know what with it. Money, real money, is gold and silver, which I have a silver, switched over to silver because I've been making silver videos. So this is money. Silver, you can bite into it. You can give it to your grandkids. You can whatever. It's thousands and thousands of years have gone by, and you can go anywhere in the world and trade this as money. But pretty soon, US dollar has not been there for thousands of years. The US has been through several fiat currencies. The US dollar is not the first and last, and the founding fathers were against central banks. The founding fathers of our country were against central banking. Oh, did I say that twice? The founding fathers were against central banking. I just have to say it over and over because no one talks about that anymore. So, yeah. And the country was founded on no taxes. Remember that? Oh yeah, remember that? No taxes and no central banks. What happened, people? This is becoming a very American rant. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm looking for a new country because freedom is important to me. That's what my channel is about. Health, wealth, and freedom. Because that's the trifecta I'm focusing on. What's important? Health, first of all. Health is the most important because you can't have wealth or freedom if you're not alive. Health, wealth. Wealth helps you get freedom as far as it should, theoretically. Actual wealth, which is measured in time, not money. Especially not in fiat currency that's worth nothing. But I think people are finding all this stuff out right now. This week was crazy. I just did a video earlier today. This week, the Federal Reserve crashed. The Federal Reserve, which is not federal and there's no reserves. But anyway, the Federal Reserve crashed this week, and all kinds of crazy stuff's happening. Check out my other video because I won't go into that. To me, Manuel says, to me, health, wealth, and freedom screams a resource-based economy as suggested by the Venus Project. Cool. Interesting. And that's good feedback. I appreciate that. I'll definitely look more into that. I'm into farming, so definitely resources that you can touch and feel and eat. That's the type of businesses that I've been investing in during this crazy period, which actually I've been expecting this for over 10 years. So when this all started happening last year and everyone went, "Oh, something's happening." I went, "Oh, okay, it's happening now finally." Because, I've been hearing about this for a long time in business circles, and certain people that do research and know what's going on knew that there was going to be a purposeful crash of the economy, and just weren't exactly sure exactly how it would play out. So the specifics weren't, I didn't know every detail. Like, I didn't know the exact, what they were going to label it and stuff like that. But a lot of people did know this was going to happen. I hate to burst some people's bubble that like to live in a fantasy world that the news is telling the truth about anything. Manuel says, "Me and my family want to move. Let us know where you plan on going." Oh, I appreciate that you respect my opinion about that. Yeah, let's get our own alkaline village going. Definitely. Well, right now, I'll tell you already where I'm looking. And right now I'm looking. I'm just looking. I'm not serious yet. But I'm thinking Mexico, and that's not number one. That's the first one that pops into my head. I'm thinking Mexico, Jamaica, our own, I'm definitely getting my own island. I don't know how many other people I would be comfortable on there with me. But if we have an alkaline island, I mean, I have to do it now. Did you feel that powerful? Just when I said it, it just boom. The universe just shook. I feel like, yeah, I've already been planning a beachfront alkaline kitchen. So we'll get there. We're one step at a time. And for those of you that haven't been following me, I've been trying to set up my own nonprofit organization to feed alkaline foods to people. But I'm imagining a huge open air kitchen, like wood, kind of like Bali style. Like look up Bali style architecture where there's like one giant building in the center without any walls, and then just looking out, and there's the beach right there, and there's someone dishing up alkaline food. What do you think? That's where this channel is heading, if you didn't know. And hope to see you there in person. Because where else would I be? I'll be trading this couch in for a hammock, and you'll be able to come ask me the live Q&A in person. That would be ideal, wouldn't it? Now I'm just, wow. I mean, isn't that just such a ideal picture right there? A hammock and the beach and alkaline food. From the farm right into your mouth. From the farm to the kitchen on the beach. Carrie says, "That's awesome. Chicago has an alkaline restaurant? Really? Wow. Well, I might come out there then. Very cool. Oh, I'll have to do a video critiquing it. The alkaline chef tastes the other alkaline restaurant's food. That seems like a good video. It has a few alkaline options. What? Wow. Okay. What am I? Where am I? And why? Why am I cooking every meal for myself when I could be paying someone? Makes amazing alkaline mole. Oh, okay. Awesome. Oh yeah, it's been Mexican inspired food every single day for the last like week and a half at my place. It's been empanadas. What was I eating today? It's been just nonstop. See, here's the problem is that I've owned a restaurant in the past and I'm not doing it again unless it's on the beach front and it's not like I'm not doing it just for something to do because I have like 4 businesses right now. But a restaurant, ugh. When I think about business and I think about restaurant, I think I want to just scream and just throw something in your face. But uh, but as far as like a resort, like somewhere, a place where that it's not it'll have to be somewhere that we don't have to really crank out the food because I'm probably going to do it as a nonprofit with proceeds from one of my other companies or one of my other projects because like I know restaurants can make money, but like if I think about making money, I don't think restaurant. No, I don't. Not at all. When I think of restaurant, I think giant pain in the butt and barely getting paid what you're worth and just working all the time and like you're chained to a job. And that remember what I said about freedom? Yeah, freedom. Freedom. So if I do have an alkaline kitchen, I will just be wandering around there. I will have someone else working. And Manuel said, yeah, restaurants are a pain in the arse unless you have a rock hard staff. Exactly. Exactly. My sister is the manager of 4 or 5 restaurants in Manhattan. If I could recruit her, that would be another story. That would be a totally another story. Because not only is she one of the few people that I would be able to trust, almost none, but she is actually, yeah. If I can get my sister involved, if I hit 1 million subscribers or something like that, I'm sure that I can rope her into it. I mean, make her an offer she can't refuse. That would be pretty cool. I know that I would like to have like a little resort where it's not just contingent on the food selling. Because what's going to cost, now we're talking business. Hey, whatever, this video is just going to go wherever our conversation leads it. If you're just tuning in and you want to know specific questions about weight loss, ask specific questions about weight loss, but we've been talking for a while about other stuff, so I'm just going to let it go wherever the questions take it. And I just want to say for the people that might have just tuned in, we're not talking about weight loss at the moment, but if you want a specific answer, ask here. So my idea for next February, we're just probably going to be renting someone else's resort. I'm not in a rush, especially in the current climate, to acquire or start another business. Actually, I have a startup right now. I have another company already for like 4 or 5 years, 5 years probably. And I have a startup going on right now. So, and then this channel, which is not profitable. But I'm doing it anyway because it's the right thing to do. And I want to do this. I want to have a nonprofit in the future. So, I'm willing to donate a certain percentage of my time and effort. I've put a lot into it already. So with people like your help, it's becoming into fruition. And a lot of my videos these days have been based on your questions. The birria tacos were one of your ideas. A lot of videos I have coming out soon were your ideas. Someone said, Manuel said, you need a few great chefs plus your sister. Yeah, definitely. If we're just on some island somewhere and it's just one of those places but what I'm thinking is for it not to rely on the food, for it to be a resort, because what I want to do next February, what we're gonna do, and for the first one especially, I'm gonna only open it up to my current clients. So if you want in on that, that's a year from now. There's plenty of time. But if you want in on that, you would have to do my program first. That way, I think it'll be a better experience for everyone. If it's going to be a small group of 10 or less people, and 15 max. But especially, I want to keep it small, so that I think it'll be better quality if it's small. Just from my experiences, I've taught groups of 10, 15 before, and I like working with a small group, so it'll be fun. But if it gets too much, then I don't. The whole point is for it to be a retreat, not for it to be a big pain in the butt. So for you, it'll be a retreat. For me, it'll probably be a big pain in the butt, but it'll be worth it, and it'll be fulfilling anyway. So what I'm imagining is for it to be either one big mansion or a series of little huts right on either a beach or like, if it's not a beach, it would have to be equivalent, like a waterfall or a spectacular mountain. I'm thinking beach. So I'm pretty sure we're going to stick with beach. But if it's something better than a beach somehow, then, I'll go for that. But then it'll either be, I want it to be the group to have their own privacy, but for the group itself to have privacy. So I'm looking at a lot of resorts right now, and I don't want to do it where the public is going to be interfering. So it's going to be, I want it to be kind of secluded so that we can just do our, weird alkaline, healthy stuff, and not have to explain ourselves to anyone. And the food is going to be really important unless we're just doing juice. So I'm thinking about, it's possible to do fasting, it's possible to do juicing, it's possible to have someone preparing alkaline food. So I think we're probably going to do a week of each one, fasting a week, juicing a week, eating the alkaline food for a week, and you would be able to choose just one. Ideally, this is what I'm thinking so far. And some people might want to do 3 weeks, but I know most people can't get a month off work, or, whatever the situation is. So it's not for everyone. It's not, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get the whole world there like the whole world needs it. But it's going to be a pretty intimate little gathering where just our group, and I think I've been planning this for years, probably 3 years, but enough is enough. It's now we have enough people in my program that I think if we just get together, just us, then it would be good. But most people are in the US. Not everyone's in the US, but it's going to be in the US because most of the people are. All right, let's see. We've got some comments rolling in. Not all of them pop up on my screen, so I have to keep this monitor. Let's see. I have some people that are interested in doing this with me already, so we might have some chefs lined up by then. We better. Ingris said, God willing, I truly see it happening. Good luck. Thank you. I hope I can go and visit when it happens. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, awesome. Well, I think this is my first time seeing you commenting on a video live, so welcome and stay tuned, and definitely want to get the best people. What I do right now, I have just a small handful of clients, and I do a couple free consultations first before I even let anyone into my program, because I don't just let everyone in. So it won't just be anyone available for this event, but for the right people, it will be, welcome for sure. So stay tuned, and we'll have more updates on that in the future. But I have I've set it in the goal for next February, and I'll have to set an exact date once I pick a place, because I want to reserve it a year in advance. That way we've got a year with that reserved, and I don't think we'll have any problem filling it up with 10 people. I think, in fact, we'll have too many people wanting to go. So hopefully we can do like the next week or maybe a couple months later and just do it again. I would love to just do that nonstop. And, I have stretching videos recently. I've been stretching for my whole life. So for me, it's fun and easy, but I would love to do that in person. I used to teach martial arts way back. Wow, it's been a while. And I really enjoy that. Like having a small class stretching is, really makes me smile. I think people are really avoiding stretching, or they're uncomfortable doing it, or, have a hard time doing it by themselves. So I really want to be there, and in person I can see what your body's doing and help you out. If you have local yoga classes still going on, I do recommend. I mean, there's so many different types of yoga, but most of them are probably better than not doing it. Kundalini yoga is really cool. If you haven't heard of it, look into that one. All right, let's see. We've got some more comments coming in. Manuel said, I fasted for 48 days with occasional fruit smoothies and alkaline tea. I'm type 1 diabetic. I'm definitely interested in something like this. I can help in the kitchen. Oh, wow, awesome. We have another potential volunteer in the kitchen. Well, in the future, when I do nonprofit stuff, I will definitely need help in the kitchen. Probably a whole crew of volunteers. Um, where are you? What city are you in? Are you in Chicago or? I'm curious. Um, it takes a long time to set up the nonprofit. Oh, you're in Chicago? Okay, well that's two people then in Chicago. That's good. Well, I might come out there and try those alkaline restaurants and do videos at them. Definitely. I didn't even know. I've been dying to get out and do a little traveling. I mean, I I was traveling around the world at one point, and I mean, I got sick of that, but I still, I still get cabin fever, and I need to run around and ideally every day go outside and be loose like the wild animal that I am. So Chicago's freezing, but at least now we've got two. We could have a little event maybe in Chicago just for just for fun, a meetup. Since there's two people that are already there, if there's a bunch of people in one place, that would help too. Then, like I said, I'd like to kind of get out and explore a little bit. I've been cooped up, and I was supposed to go to Florida last year, and it was right when they were canceling everything, right, literally like the week of it, and I got screwed out of that vacation. And people, when I make comments like that, people think that I'm being insensitive about the people dying of you know what. I'm not. That's not what I'm very sensitive to people that are sick. It's just I know what's really going on, and I'm not allowed to tell on YouTube, at least. In person, when we have a live event, I can tell you whatever I want, and no one can censor me. Thank God for sarsaparilla tea. We're 77 minutes in, and I didn't even take a sip. So, let's see. So, first of all, awesome for fasting for over 40 days. That is great. And are you still diabetic after that? I mean, do you still have... I would like to talk to you about that, actually. I have someone else reached out to me recently and had a one-on-one with me. And their friend used to be diabetic, and after fasting twice, it's been a year and they have not had anything they've been fine. So I have a picture of them somewhere as well. So let's see here. Thank you for offering to help. You're awesome. I appreciate that. I'm gonna need a lot of help. All of my ideas are massive, and they're so big that they're taking tons of people to accomplish. I have one big announcement that I'm gonna come out with soon with video evidence and everything of entertainment. So I've got something working that I've been working on for months. I mentioned this to a couple people maybe that I've talked to on the phone, that I've been working on this, but I do have a couple big things going on. One of them is a nonprofit, and the cat's out of the bag on that one. But the other thing, there's a massive project that is being worked on, and that is taking a lot of people. It's taking a lot of people and a lot of effort and money, but I will have some really cool, interesting videos. I know I'm being very vague about it because it's related to my channel, and it's related to alkaline food. I'll just say that. But it's one step in the process of getting that an alkaline resort set up. So maybe next year we'll start going after that a lot more aggressively. Once the project I'm alluding to has been fruitful or not. Oh, I'm writing a book right now actually about said thing. I'm writing a book. It's not, I have a couple cookbooks. The cookbooks are going to be easy. All I have to do is finish collecting all the photos, because I've already been collecting recipes and photos, as you can probably tell from my channel. And I announced that I was going to do a cookbook this year. Maybe I announced it on Facebook. So I'm going to do a cookbook. A lot of people have been requesting it from me because they want something physically to look at, in their kitchen. And, I like physical books myself too. You just like that physical copy of the book. I don't like reading stuff on a screen. Even, doing this is frying my eyes right now after over an hour. I have special glasses for looking at the screen, but then when I put them on, and if the plastic touches my skin, then I get one pimple right where the plastic touches me. It's ridiculous. So I try to avoid wearing those. Yeah, my recipe book is coming. I don't know how soon, but it will be done this year. So it's one of my New Year's resolutions. And I'm working on 2 more recipe books, cookbooks. I'm going to be doing 2 collaboration books with 2 people. So I'm going to have my first cookbook come out. Then I'm going to have 2 more that are going to be different ethnic foods, and I'm partnering with some people for those. So I'm excited, and that's just going to be something. I doubt it's going to be a great business idea, but it'll be nice to go along with my videos, to go along with the other stuff, to have something, to be able to get something physical to hold on to and, give as a gift or whatever. So I'm looking forward to it. I've actually written a book over 5 years ago and never published it. It was called Success Conscious. And it was about the stuff I was talking about kind of in the beginning of the video, about how to reprogram your self-image and to be successful. So I might release that book in the future. I just need someone to edit it. It's 90% finished. It's been done since 2015. And I just need, there's one chapter that needs finished. Just one. And then it needs edited. And I've got, yeah, that's just one of those things. Since I'm doing too many things at a time, some things get pushed to the back burner and forgotten about. So I'm writing a book right now. Who knows if I'm going to publish it or not, but I'm 40 or 50 pages into it already. So it could be a small book right now, but I'm documenting this stuff that I'm doing from last year it was supposed to end in August, but the vague thing I'm not telling about has been pushed back a couple times. So that should be done. I should be done writing it by the end of the year in December. So the cookbook will probably be done first, and then I'll be coming out with a book. It's not really a business book. It's not really about alkaline anything. It's just kind of a book about some challenging things that should be entertaining, because I don't want to tell you too much because I'm writing it. I want you to read the book then. I won't have anyone Now, I'll probably make videos about all the stuff in there, except there are some personal things in there too. So we'll see if I publish it or if I change the name of some of the things. I'm not exactly sure. If you're an editor, get in touch with me. If you're a professional editor, I love writing. I'm good at writing, but then, you know, editing is, I can edit someone else's work, but editing my own work that I just wrote, yeah, sometimes it's nice to have another person who hopefully has experience publishing. But I'm not writing books for monetary gain because I think that's probably not a good business idea. I'm just doing it for mental health, pretty much. And I'm a creative person, you know, it feels good to create new videos, new writing, new recipes. It's just, I'm a hyperactive individual. Someone help me focus on one. If I just finished the cookbook, it would be done. But instead, I'm going to have like 5 books in 1 year. But that's how I roll, so. All right, I'm reading your other comments coming in. Keep them coming. Let's see here. Oh, wow. Okay, awesome. Okay, peace and love. Oh, nice to see you again, Lisa. I hope your day has been a high vibration of a day. Wow. I appreciate that, and you sure do know what you're talking about, because that's a good way to word it. I am now, I'll put it that way. I am now, for sure. I've been, you know, sometimes I'm grinding it out, and I don't really share a lot of that on camera. Because I have a big project startup going on right now that is sometimes making me want to scream. But yeah, some of my day is just grinding it out. But some of my day is vibrating very high. It's a roller coaster a little bit. You know, it's in general, it's going well. So. I appreciate you saying that. Let's see, what else? We've got a lot of comments coming in. Just tuning in. We're thinking about getting a group of people together. Yes, I'm all for it. I love cooking alkaline food. Count me in. Awesome. Well, I'm glad I talked about this in this video. I've been meaning to make a video announcing it, but I just didn't, you know, retreat, you know. I will at some point, a clickbaity picture. Once I choose the resort or buy a resort, if it comes down to that, I might have to just acquire my own. But I'm open to that. If you're selling a resort, let me know. Or if you have one that you want out of, a small one, like with like several little huts would be fantastic. Or like a mansion on the beach that has 10 rooms. That would be a different style, but I'm still open to that. Those are the two kind of things I'm thinking. Both would be good. Both, one on each coast, one on every island in the world. Like a McDonald's. Everywhere there's a McDonald's, there should be an alkaline kitchen next to it. Now I'm talking. That's how we fight back. As if. Do you think people would line up through our drive-through, and it would probably be $20 for one? Sometimes I think about how much I would charge for the things I cook, and some of them would be astronomical. I mean, it's some of the recipes that some of the things take a few days to make, and like I would charge too much. I don't think a restaurant would be a good idea. I would charge like $1,000 a person, honestly. So, Organic Life, hello. I see you tuning in. I'm trying to get through these. I missed a bunch of comments, so let's see here. The Alkaline Collective. Oh, I thought of what our collective is going to be called. It's the Alkaline Tribe. The Alkaline Tribe. I just coined it right now. Unless someone already stole it. I didn't do a Google search yet. So I don't know if someone already took that name. Let's search it now, actually. Nope. Not taken. It's definitely Alkaline Tribe now. That's it. I finally remembered to tell you that. I've been wanting to say that in the last like 3 videos, so. All right. Getting through these comments. Okay, Lisa, awesome. For the very first one, like I said, I think I'm only going to have people that went through my program already. Not because I'm forcing my program on people, just because I think it makes the most sense to get the most out of it, to have everyone kind of, everyone would kind of be on the same page and they would all have, been through the same program. And especially the very first one of these, I want to be like that so that I know going into it that, everyone at least should know what was in my program so that we can all start at that base level and work from there. That's what I have in mind. Also, and also if we're keeping it down to 10 people, it would also help me narrow it down. And also the people in my program, I've already vetted them very well and would be, comfortable being, trapped on a resort for a week or a month with them. Let's see. Manuel says, oh, okay. Wait, no, there we go. Wim Hof plus stretching plus alkaline diet. Yeah! Poof. The holy trifecta of let's see. Manuel is commenting a lot. Same here, brother. I encourage everyone to see the research of Whitney Webb, the last American vagabond. If they at least ask themselves what is happening with word I'm not allowed to say. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I saw several videos right last year, and I have to be super vague about how I say this. Last December, I was already getting info before anything ever came over to the US, because I lived in Asia, first of all. My brother is in China, and well, I'm not getting info from him actually at the moment, but I lived in Asia. I've been around the world, so at least I know people from all over the place. So I've got my in-laws are in another country, and so I'm kind of plugged in to what's going on. I do my best, as you can tell from my videos. I do my best to stay plugged in to what's going on. And I mean what's really going on, not just what the first page of Google or whatever the first tier of the media says is going on, because that's not really what's going on. But I started getting info last December before anything even came here, and I was like, oh, okay, is this it? Is this what they're gonna do to crash the economy? Because I knew that there's been plans for like 100 years. Nothing is an accident. And to be surprised by any of it is naive. And to believe anything on the news is naive. And that's the most frustrating part of it for me, is that there are people believing the media. That's laughable. If like these people think they're so like, I don't really get haters on this channel. I think when I'm getting haters or adversity or whatever you want to call it, it's when I comment on other videos. Like if I'm watching other videos on YouTube, sometimes I comment on there. Rarely. Well, it depends. And I know, usually I refrain because I know that people are just gonna cognitive dissonance their pants and oh no, an idea I've never heard before. The world is caving in, and then rip me a new one, thinking they're smarter than me, and thinking that they're like these self-righteous know-it-all trolls out there are hilarious to me. And what they don't understand is that I have a high IQ. I'm not at all like, I'm not, what's the word I'm looking for? Insecure. I'm not insecure about my intellect or my ideas or whatever. I don't care if someone agrees with me or not. Are you kidding me? My opinion means very little, if not nothing. As far as the universe, like my opinion means nothing. My opinions are like what band I like, what music I like, if I like so-and-so's hair. I don't talk about that kind of stuff on this channel, my opinion. I could. I have musical taste. I have art taste. No one cares about my opinion. I know that. No one has my musical taste and my, like people. I'm just gonna disagree with everyone and piss them off if I talk about my opinion. And as far as like the results, I keep talking about results. Results. As far as my opinion, like what does my opinion have to do with the results? Very little. So other people, however, not everyone, but it's not. Oh, I had a glitch in the matrix there for a second. Let me plug my. Let me plug this in. Let me plug my phone in because it's my camera. Okay. Okay, so I don't care. Like, if someone disagrees with my opinion, I don't care. Like, oh, I love this band or this artwork, and someone else doesn't like it or hates it. Does that make it any less beautiful for me? No? That's ridiculous. So, like, on the other hand, the stuff that isn't my opinion, like health, like universal principles, those aren't my opinion. I am trying to get rid of my opinion and just get into the flow. Like I was talking about, the flow of the universe. How is nature going? And how can I fit myself in there effortlessly, where I get the best result with the least effort. The biggest result with the least amount of effort It's the 80-20 rule I mentioned in one of my recent videos. I did a video recently called How to Outperform Everyone. And I'm not competing with anyone, actually. That makes me outperform a lot of people because they're looking over at me. And they're looking over their shoulder and trying to copy everyone else and trying to make money and this or that. I'm not doing that. I'm setting goals way in the future that are too big for myself. And then I'm going, how in the world, like when I wake up, how in the world am I going to accomplish any of this? That's my job. And like most people don't, like that's what entrepreneurship is like. Every day I try to question what I'm doing. Is this the most effective and most efficient method? If not, change it. Get rid of it. Kick it to the curb. Out with the old, in with the new. But if it's working, keep it and double down. So there was a lot of business advice in there, loaded up in there. Let me see what other questions we've got rolling in. Did you get your mushroom powder ready? Oh no. Carrie, thank you for asking. A couple other people asked me about that. So the problem is, to be quite honest, is that I want to make a large order so that I can get a bunch of the bulk that I need. And all my money is going towards this startup that I am not telling what it is yet. And so I haven't loaded up on those yet. And I'm just gathering resources. And I'm not a millionaire yet at this point. So I invest almost everything I make. And I don't keep I don't have the typical investments that other people do have, but I will get that ready. The mushroom, people are asking me about that, so I will definitely do it. I'll do it. I'll see if I have enough, and I'll do it this weekend. So, you know, I'll let you know, and send me, if you're my client, one-on-one client, don't hesitate to send me a text if you need anything. So just because we haven't spoken in a little while, so I'll get on that. I'll get on that for you, and I'm about ready to make gumbo, which you requested. It's I want to nail it though. You know, I am a perfectionist, so I want to make sure I nail that gumbo, because I know how sensitive people are about cultural things and specialty foods like that. And I don't want, since I'm not from the South, I want people to try it and go, wow, you nailed it, rather than get out of here, yank, or whatever. I don't know what people say. All right, let's see. Going through greetings. My name is Nathan. Hello, Nathan. Welcome. I'd love to know some insight on the true seasons for vegetable and fruit. Well, the alkaline, the non-hybrid or less hybrid fruits, that I have a list of them in my Facebook group, which I haven't been really keeping up to date with. I need something other than Facebook to do that group at, because I'm not a big fan. But anyway, the natural food, the natural alkaline fruits and vegetables are growing wild where they're supposed to, and their season is natural wherever they're at. So, like, you know, if it's wild, then that's the answer. If it can't be grown wild, then it's either in the wrong area or it's hybrid. So I'm not exactly sure. I mean, everything has its own season. There are even mushrooms that grow in the winter. So there's stuff growing. Oh, you answered? I answered your question? Oh, okay. I was like, did I answer your question? So yes, I mean, if you have plants with seeds that you can plant and it will grow and produce fruit in your area, then it'll naturally go with the season. And you can lengthen the season. You know, you can manipulate nature a little bit by like making a greenhouse. And there are some subtle ways that I'm okay with, you know, enhancing nature, but it's about finding that flow and going with the flow. And I think a greenhouse is a good example of finding the flow of what is good for the plants and then doing more of that instead of, you know, spraying toxic chemicals or whatever on it. I mean, I know some people do that also and have a greenhouse, but all right. So let's see. How do you Organic Life, welcome again. Organic Life says, how do you feel about dried mushrooms versus fresh? Any loss of quality when drying mushrooms versus fresh? On the contrary, dried mushrooms are, I've heard, are more potent than fresh. So mushrooms are one of the things that usually need cooked at high temperatures, that are usually not recommended to eat raw. I know some of them are okay to eat raw, but especially wild ones, it's recommended to cook the you-know-what out of them. Sometimes you cook them and then you cook them again. Like maybe you saute it and then you grill it, or maybe you bake it and then you fry it or something like that. Certain types of mushrooms, you know, wild ones especially, that need heavily cooked. As far as I know, dried mushrooms are more potent, depending on what it is. So yeah, that's really interesting. And I'm learning. One of my friend grows mushrooms, and I did a mushroom farm tour. It's an hour long. It's basically like a documentary where I went through this old-fashioned or mushroom farm in a barn, that in a century barn. It was pretty interesting if you haven't checked that out yet. And yeah, I eat a lot of different mushrooms. Some of them I take as a supplement. Some of them I cook in the food. Let's see. No loss in quality, someone said. I've heard that you should put the mushrooms in the sun, that they get more vitamin D. So you can either just set them out in the sun for a few minutes before eating it. And let's see. Lisa said, yes, it's even more valuable to have people with like energy. That means everyone will be on the vibration of what you're trying to accomplish in the first place. Absolutely. The mastermind principle from Think and Grow Rich. I used to read Think and Grow Rich over and over, but I haven't been reading it recently. I read it over 13 times. One of the key points of that book is vibration. That book is trying to explain about vibration. It also has to do with brain chemistry, the mastermind principle, which is actually what we're experiencing here. The mastermind principle is basically that 1 plus 1 does not equal 2. 1 plus 1 equals infinity, or 1 plus 1 equals 5. So with a mastermind, it's like as if I'm one entity and you're another one, but us getting together in a certain harmony with the same goal and with the spirit of harmony, yes, then there'll be a third entity created. You know, there's not just the two of us. There's something else in between that is like our relationship, kind of. Like the interaction is its own thing, and it wouldn't be there with just you or just me. That's the theory anyway. Some people say that's a bunch of BS, but there's definitely some truth to it for sure. I think a lot of gurus on the internet exaggerate how important or whatever. I mean, it is very important, definitely, but it's a simple concept to understand. Let's see. So yes, absolutely. And we've got such good people coming on this channel. It's been really pleasantly surprising me. You know, 5 years ago when I started the channel, I got nothing but negativity and hate from people. And then it gradually improved to where it was just no one really interacting. But then now that I got into the flow of the Alkaline tribe, we're all gathering here and it's coming together. And the right people are coming forward to make everything happen. So I can definitely see it. It's very clear to me. And this all started happening a couple years ago when I doubled down on this idea of the retreat, because that was my focus, really. The whole reason, actually, I was going to be making these videos is because I wanted to do a retreat. I wanted to do a retreat later and had no audience or anything. So I wanted to get the right, reach the right people. And it took some experimenting for me to reach out to the right group that was actually responding. Because I've been doing internet marketing for 5 years or so. And it's just because you have a good idea doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's hard to reach the right people online at the right, and I didn't really know exactly what the audience was going to look like. And now I can see, your comments and your feedback, and my one-on-one clients are giving me a lot of feedback one-on-one. And that's giving me a lot of valuable info with what they're going through to also help me make more videos. So it's been awesome. I'm really happy with how the channel is going. And if everything, is it working? Did I lose connection or what? I'm not sure. If you can still hear me and everything, let me know, because I'm getting a weird... I had a glitch in the matrix. So I think I was just out for a minute. All right, well, it seems like it's working now, so we'll get back into the questions. Have you ever fasted? Yes. Definitely, and that's one of the ways. I've done a lot of fasting, and I did a lot of intermittent fasting, especially over the last 3 years. I've done a lot of fasting just sprinkled around, and Yeah. I'm starting to eat more this year, 2021. I am I'm trying to eat more. Like last year, I had this New Year's resolution to set a bedtime where I stopped eating so that I could fall asleep early and wake up earlier and whatever. And I'm not doing that this year. This year, I'm stuffing my face all night. I mean, not really, but if I so desire. So this year, I'm going to try to eat more. I'm trying to eat as much as I possibly can. I barely ate for the last few years while I was healing, and I totally healed 90% of my problems. My other problems are other people that I can't, the diet doesn't make them go away or anything. It doesn't make problems go away when you're healthy, but it does make them easier to deal with. And I do have some, I am still working on my health a lot, just because I am coaching, a health coach and coaching other people. I'm still really focused on my own health, even though my health is the best it's ever been in my whole life. It could be better, honestly. So for me, I'm increasing it for my own benefit. I mean, that's better than money, is feeling better. So my goals are. What is that? Tree shagger? That's pretty funny. I don't know if you're trying to troll me right now, but it's not working. So you can continue that if you feel like it. That's pretty funny, actually. I don't know what I'll try not to read it. Okay, let me get to the other questions first before I acknowledge this tree shagger. Oh, don't feed the troll. Don't feed the trolls. They'll come back sniffing around tomorrow. Oh, I'll feed you. I'll feed you some alkaline food. I feel bad. Feel bad for the trolls. Feed the trolls. They need love too. All right. I got lost in the comments. Okay, never let a good crisis go to waste. Yeah, you were commenting on what we were talking about a few minutes ago. Yeah, I could comment a lot on that, but I won't. Thank you for answering my question. My pleasure. I would like to apply my eating habits only eating seasonal food. Well, it depends where you live. But yeah, that sounds great. Definitely. Ideally, I would only eat food that I grew myself, for sure. Yeah, if you can do that, definitely do it. It would be good in every way I can think of. I mean, efficient, saving all that money transporting food around. If you grew it yourself, all it cost maybe was some equipment, some labor. I mean, maybe some fertilizer, you could grow it all for free if you collected the seeds, if you knew what you were doing. All you need is water. If you have a dry spell where there's no rain, you would need to maybe buy some irrigation or water it yourself, pay for some labor. But yeah, if you could eat only seasoned food and only that you got yourself, it would be better. But I would say that it would, non-hybrid food for the people that are already subscribed, they know what I mean by that. So there are plenty of unhealthy foods you could grow, and even just growing it yourself isn't going to make it healthy. But it would still be better than buying it from the store, because it's always just better. Unless they're better at growing it than you, and then it'd be better to get it from them. Next. Great answers. Oh, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. You guys are so positive. You Alkaline Tribe, you're so positive and encouraging. It's amazing. I love it. I don't want to get too touchy-feely on you, but I appreciate all of you. Tay says hello. What's your take on fruit fasting, and what would be the best fruit to eat? Excellent question. I've got a book over there on the bookshelf called The Mucusless Diet. Arnold Ehret wrote it over 100 years ago. It's quite amazing. So this information has been out a long time, since before Jesus, believe it or not. Yet it's not very popular because no one makes money off of you fasting. At least that's my conspiracy. That's my take on it. The best fruit for fasting. I recommend, I've got a list of specific fruits in my Facebook group. There's a link in the description. However, I've been lagging to be the moderator for that group, so take that into account. There's a ton of info already posted in there, though, so there's an education to be had. Let's see here. If fruit... Oh, someone answered you in the... Someone said, Naturally Raw One said, great question. They do tamarind juice, seeded grapes, one or the other. Yeah, I would approve of that. Seeded grapes, melon. Melon is my go-to recommendation. It's easy, it's big. When it's ripe, it's so good. Make sure it's melon with seeds. None of that GMO seedless nonsense. Could be watermelon, could be mostly any kind of melon. And cucumber is pretty much related to a watermelon. So cucumber's a good one. Yeah, well, there's a whole list of ones for you. Carrie said when she was much younger, always had plants. The soil was really black. You can't find the black soil anywhere. Good question. Earthworm castings. That's what you got to get your hands on. That's that nice, dark, black, rich. You can plant things right in it. You can use it as a fertilizer. It's basically worm manure. But yeah, if you're growing your own basil, herbs, my sage is somehow making it through the winter in my window. Oh. I think I'm going to be planting multiple gardens this upcoming year, and I'll try to make videos about it. Let's see here. Someone asked, Senior R asked, hey, do you have any advice about B12? I've been alkaline for 3 years and my B12 is just getting worse. This is the only thing I struggle with so much. Interesting. Well, I don't know what you're eating. So if you were in my program mailing me every day what you've been eating, then I would be able to figure it out, probably. You know, when people talk about B12, I usually scoff at it. And I usually think that it's something else going on. Because whenever you start talking about vitamins, it goes into the realm of fake science that everything I talk about goes against. Not everything, but there is an overlap. There is good science out there, but yeah, I'm not sure. Are you taking a lot of seaweed? Are you taking a lot of herbs? Trying to think of what has B12 in it off the top of my head. Nettles, maybe? Stinging nettle? Let me look this up really quick. You know, this is the kind of thing that's not easy to look up online because all the stuff online is a lie most of the time about this kind of stuff. You have to just find out accidentally or test it yourself. You take a lot of herbs and seaweeds. Well, let's see here. Okay, I've looked this up recently, and it's not coming to mind. All right, I'm looking this up. Let's see. Oh, my iPad just died. Well, that was convenient. Well, I might have to get back to you on that one. I remember looking this up recently for one of my clients, and there were maybe 3 different things that I remember in the back of my head. Oh well. Now I can't really see your comments coming in. So, oh, you lost connection for 10 minutes and are trying to catch up? Yeah, I was trying to catch up on the comments and now I lost my monitor. So let me see if I can... Lisa said melons, squash, cucumber. So, okay. You take a lot of different seaweed, I see. And you're not getting B12. Do you feel bad, or is just someone telling you that you need more? Like, did you get tested for some reason that you're having some kind of problem? Because it's the result that you're after, not the B12 is just something that, B12. D25. I mean, every time you go to the doctor, the B12 goes down. How do you feel, though? Do you feel good, or are you feeling like garbage? Because it could be something they're measuring that... See, here's the thing about science. If I'm going to go into my rant, someone has 1 grape and 2 peas a day, and now... Oh, that's the troll. Oh man, I shouldn't laugh at the troll, but he's such a kind troll. Usually the trolls are so absolutely mean. And this one is just funny. It's not really affecting me. But I don't really get affected by that kind of stuff, so. You're okay, but your digestion is off. You can't digest spelt. Have you fasted recently? It could be, you could be having B12 and not absorbing it well. What is your doctor telling you to do that is the one that tested you? Because I'm not a medical doctor, and the info that I follow is usually contrary to some doctors, but there are doctors out there that know what's up for sure and get the results. Oh no, stay. Whatever effects they say B12, your hair's turning white, your eyesight is getting bad. That's not good. Oh, they're trying to give you a B12 shot. They're trying to make money off of you, but that's their job. So you're the one going to them. Find a different doctor that actually helps you. I don't know. It's touchy whenever doctors come into play because I can't legally comment on this kind of stuff. So, I found out how to scroll back through my comments. So I'm gonna scoot this closer, and I saw the. I would not personally recommend chlorella or spirulina because they're hybrids, but dulce, or however to pronounce it, is good, and that's wild and real. Rockweed and all that should be good. Are you the same person saying you're okay? Let's see. Take nettle. Tarzan's diet. Yes, absolutely. That's pretty much my role model is Tarzan. I kind of see myself as a if it wasn't for these artificial clothes and these artificial walls holding me in, I would be Tarzan right now. Oh, well, Jack is sipping chamomile tea, so they're onto something. Shagging trees. Ah! I don't even know if that's supposed. I've never heard that one as an insult. But it's funny because I was just watching a video. I was just watching someone's travel video or food video in like Sri Lanka or something, and there was a tree that looked like it had genitals growing off of it. That's the most polite way I can put it. And it looked so much like it. And he called it a sub-Saharan penis tree. And now that's what I'm gonna cry laughing. See what you've done to me, troll. Okay. I think I'm up to date in comments. Okay, I think I'm up to date in the comments. If it's an actual troll, then I'll block them from the channel. No, but this one is kind of... All right, now I fed them and they're only making it worse. So, all right, Jack, you're getting blocked. I thought you were funny for a second, but blocking. Okay, they're blocked. That was easy. See how easy it is to block someone? It took me 1 second. I let them... Now there's a message saying that I blocked him. What a doofus. I let him run around and have his way for a little while because I'm a funny person. But then when they took it too far, and yeah, I'm the only one here allowed to make jokes. Okay. Someone said, okay, you guys are having a whole conversation in there in the comments without me, so great. That's good to have get the conversation going. More information, the better. So your digestion, you think, is maybe messed up? Well, have you fasted in a while? Have you ever fasted? Did you just start taking those herbs, or did you like? I think you said you were doing it for a couple years, but do I remember correctly? There are types of food that, I mean, you can get everything you need naturally. There's no, and on the 8th day, God gave us B12 shots. You know, what? So if it's something that your body needs, you should be able to get it. Now, I'm not dismissing it at all. Definitely, you should be feeling better and better and better. If there's some reason that you're not feeling that good, that's the result of whatever it is. So they're saying it's B12. Well, they have a way in that whenever you talk about Western medicine, you have to first like decode everything that all the jargon, because even the words, like the reason I'm laughing about calling it B12 is because who's calling it B12? They made it up. It's made up. B12. It's a letter and a number. What are they talking about? Is it a food? What is it? What is it? And can you show it to me? What does a B12 look like? Show one to me. Show me one B12. And what, that's what, I'm stumped. I'm baffled. So anyway, I like to make things super, super ridiculously simple because they're trying to mind F you. They're trying to play mind games with stuff that they don't even fully understand. And do they really even know what B12 is? Because back in the day, when I was sick, I was taking vitamin C, and I thought I knew how good it was. And what I found out is whatever I was taking is not even vitamin C. And then what vitamin C, what is it? What even is it? It's a chemical that is naturally occurring chemical inside of different foods. Well, what is it? It's part of a food? How do we get it? And what is it? And how do you know that it's real? If it's just a piece of something else and it doesn't exist by itself, then there's trickery going on, and someone's trying to make money in some way. So maybe you would be able to get B12 by staring at the sun. Have you ever heard of sun gazing? I mean, I don't know if it actually works because I didn't scientifically test it. But they're saying that there's people saying that all the energy we need is in the ultraviolet radiation from the sun, and that we don't even need food, as in calories. I just saw a really recent video on that someone shared with me, and it's interesting, but definitely the result of you feeling good and feeling healthy is what you want. So if B12 or whatever is what you need, then so be it. But where are you going to find it in? If it's not in a shot, then where are you going to get it? Because humans have been around for millions of years, and they didn't have B12 shots until when? So, and what do they make the B12 shot out of? What do they make it out of? How do they make it? Can you see them making it? Can you find out how they made it? That's, I would be interested. Did they derive it from something? Did they extract it from something? Did they create it in a lab by combining chemicals together? I have more questions than answers about B12. But, if you're not feeling good, then it's important. So there are other things I could recommend too that, let's see. Someone else said Spelt will sit in your system for a long time. You don't want to take synthetic things. So they're scaring you by telling you, by fear marketing. If it were me, I would never even go to a doctor that would recommend something like that. I mean, that's me personally, but I'm not you, and I'm not in charge of you in any way. Should I worry if B12 starts going down? I would worry if your body is not functioning properly, which usually shows up in sleep or sexual dysfunction or a weight problem or some kind of hormone imbalance. I mean, something that would affect your life. Fatigue. Lost the connection. Is it back? What is going on? Okay, Senior R said you fasted for a year for 32 days, fruit only, but just recently, a couple weeks ago, only 3 days. Just hate how my hair has gotten worse. Huh. My hair has gotten better since going alkaline. So, is it stress? Is it some kind of pollution, radiation? Something in your neighborhood locally, like stress or radiation, maybe that isn't food related? I'm not sure exactly. I'm like a detective though. I would try to figure this out for you if you want to get some one-on-one coaching. Shina says, bye, Jack the loser. I'm glad that you guys are happy when I blocked them. And next time I'll block them quicker. This time I wasn't sure 100% if they were a troll or, people mess around. But yeah, they were obviously, when it became 100% obvious to me, then I blocked them instantly. And I feel good blocking people. It's funny. Let's see. Shina said, I bought sarsaparilla herbs and burdock root, but I'm not sure how much to boil. Want to boil a big pot? Just boil each time at a time and make it fresh. So just do a teaspoon or a tablespoon. If you like it strong, start with half a teaspoon. If that was good, do a whole teaspoon. You could do a tablespoon, would be pretty strong. It also depends how big of a cup. You have a massive cup like this. This is a massive cup, and there's maybe pushing a tablespoon, and I get, 3 giant brews out of this with one amount. You could boil a big pot, but I've heard to drink the tea fresh, not to drink old tea. Although I have taken really strong sarsaparilla tea and chilled it and made my own root beer out of it, which was excellent. And although I used sparkling water, which is not ideal, it was like a cheat day, I guess. Someone said they're currently on 6 day of fasting with spring water with sarsaparilla tea, and they feel absolutely lifted. Yeah. Or juicing. Juicing usually makes people feel extremely well. Do you, Shina, I love to do 1.5 tablespoons in 2 cups. Yeah, that's steeped for 20 minutes? Jeez, that's a long time. I don't usually steep mine that long. But yeah, it'll be super strong after that, that's for sure. Senior R said, do you work while you fast? How does one manage to sit there and work 8 to 10 hours a day and fast? I can fast if I'm not working or doing things, but I got busy, it's hard to fast. Well, I'm the wrong person to ask. I would say quit your job. That's the first thing that pops out of my mouth. I'm always, the first thing I'm going to recommend is quit your job. I just can't see anything good that could come out of a job. A little bit of money that you don't own anything, you don't get to keep it. You only get just, I mean, if you've owned your own business and then went back and worked for someone else, and you're like, wait a minute, all the work I did, build their company, and then after they fire me, they get to keep everything I did. That's not good. That's not a good trade. Being an employee is the worst. It's the worst taxes and the worst way to earn money. But anyway, that's my mini rant about having a job. I couldn't handle sitting there at a job 8 to 10 hours a day, not fasting. So that might be your real problem and not the fasting. Your job might be the problem. And, you know, for some people it probably is. But, you know, that's another story. I do business coaching, but I'm not saying it's easy. It's not easy. It's not comfortable, but it's the right thing to do as far as I'm concerned. Usually the right thing to do is the hard way and the difficult path. Not always. Not always. And you know what society says is hard, not necessarily what the universal laws are going to be hard. It's different. Some people I know, they fast while they're working, though. To answer your question, if they have a job, they do the juice fasting while they're working. And usually if they're doing it correctly, they feel great. But usually if they're not taking enough minerals each day or not taking care of themselves enough, then work is a stressor and a pollutant. That's why I want to have retreats that people can leave their dumb job and get out of there for a while so they can just be around good people and not their dumb coworkers. If you have a great job and you love it, though, congratulations. I mean, it's possible. You do sit in the sun a lot. Your vitamin D doesn't go up from that. Well, it does. It does. I mean, that's what it does. So there's something else going on in your body that might be blocking it from being absorbed, or you might be depleting it, or maybe you're just not getting enough of it as you think you are. I'm not exactly sure, but keep after it, and prayer is also good. Sometimes it doesn't seem like prayer would do anything. Praying for the answer, praying for a alternative to a B12 shot might be something. the universe works in mysterious ways. Sometimes you can pray for it and it'll show up, especially if you feel like you're at the dead end at a brick wall. Sometimes you just need to give up and surrender to God. I've heard a lot of people say, I didn't understand that kind of thing most of my life. So I can understand how, some people don't like that kind of talk, or they don't really understand what it means. But I get it now after what I've gone through. I get that. See here, my lips are getting super dry from this winter air. So forgive me. Okay. 1 cup in the morning. Let's see. I love how you all are trying to help each other in the comments. That's great. You're awesome. You're all awesome. For this, they ferment something? Wait, what? Okay. You have a physical handyman job? Do you work for yourself? I used to paint houses until I hurt my shoulder. I had 2 house painting companies, but I would have another one if I could find the right people to train them how to do it. But I couldn't. A few years ago when I tried to do that, I was in a bad area and the people were just, are you kidding me? I wouldn't trust them holding my water for 5 seconds. The water and tea is all you need. And they have the naturally raw one said they're a physical handyman and all they need is water and tea. Yeah, I mean, if you're getting all the minerals you need, you can work like that. It's just, if you're getting enough hydration and nutrients, you should be good. But apparently something is missing. Quality is the key. Ew. So Senior R, you said you heard they ferment it with yeast or something in B12. What is that? They ferment what with yeast to get B12? Thank you, naturally raw one. Says China. Naturally raw one says you're welcome. All right. Lisa says the body consists of minerals and water. Absolutely. Senior R says Chicago water is bad to shower in. It's probably affecting your hair. You in Chicago too? You're the 3rd person in this video to be in Chicago. Maybe I'll come to Chicago and do some kind of meet up. Some kind of event there. That'd be cool. 3 or 4 is a crowd. We could have a party going. Low minerals, stress, and toxicity cause hair damage. Yep. I second that. Yeah, toxicity to some kind of chemical. Maybe it's the shampoo. Maybe it's the soap or the water or something like that. Ginger, your best friend. Ginger's one of my best friends. Naturally raw one is good recommendations. Senior R says this might be too much information, but nothing's too much information on this channel. We try to be respectful, and I've had people reach out to me with sexual problems and other health problems. So we try to be respectful and block all the haters right away so that we can continue in our little positive bubble of alkaline vegans. Let's see. Might be too much info. Where'd that go? Oh, wow. Comments are rolling in. All right. Okay, this might be too TMI, but fruit fasting caused me to get yeast infection. Maybe it's detox. Yeah, for me, that has had an opposite effect. So, and I didn't even know men could get yeast infections. But yeah, fasting usually takes care of that. So, sugar feeds that infection. You might be having some unapproved fruits that aren't on the list that maybe you think they are but aren't. Maybe you overlooked one of the fruits that you're eating. That's what I would say, because I think the yeast infection would go away from fasting. Yeah, I think other people have had similar experiences too. How do you pay bills? I live alone, myself, no one to depend on. That's even easier. No, I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude and making it seem easier said than done. How you have a place to live then? Good questions. These are the questions you must ask. How do you pay your bills? How will I have a place to live? Ask that every day. Wake up and go, how will I pay my bills without my job? How will I have a place to live without my job? You know, keep asking the question. You don't necessarily want my answer, but I have several answers, but they might not work right away for you. I mean, there's so many answers. There's so many opportunities almost. There's almost too many opportunities to make money. For me, there's too many opportunities, and the challenge is to focus. And I think that is a lot of other people's problem too. Start your own business on the side, and when money starts coming in, quit your job. There's one answer to that. Where do you make money to survive? Let's see. I have an e-commerce business. I have another business, and I have a startup right now that's taking all my money, not giving it back yet. So, when you fast, don't spend much money as usual. A good point. Naturally, raw one saves a lot of money fasting. I mean, I think life is a lot more simple than people think it is. Someone said, how do you pay rent? That is just unreasonable privilege advice. What? What are you talking about? Everyone has rent. Everyone. It's not... Okay. I had this at the beginning of when I started my channel. Someone commented really nasty comment on one of my videos. I said something about, I was talking about the law of attraction. And I was saying, and I had someone specific in mind. Because I used to teach other people how to start their own business. And it was one of the old projects I was in like over 10 years ago. And then I was maybe about 10 years ago. I was teaching people how to start up their own home-based business. And one person in particular I have in mind, but a lot of people were like this. They want to make more money, but their excuse about everything is, oh, my bills. If I say, try this, this, and this, they go, oh, my bills. And it's like, wait a minute. Everyone has bills. Every single person. Why do you think that, like, what are you using that as an excuse? Your bills are why you want to make money, right? You want your bills are good. Your bills are what you want, right? You want heat. You want electricity. You want phone service. So the bills are the bills are your reward for making money. You don't have to have bills. You don't have to have, and I know that I lost a lot of people right there. Just try to understand my point for a minute and give me the benefit of the doubt for a minute and just pretend like what I'm saying is true and see if you can, because whether I explain it to you or not, I don't have a job and I haven't had one for, let's see, I think it was 2013. So I haven't had a job since 2013. And yeah, it wasn't easy. I'm not saying it's easy, but 2013, that's 8, it's been 8 years. Wow, that's crazy. And, you know, I haven't had a job for 8 years, and I've had to see the people around, you know, people I grew up with buying houses, and people getting this and that, and nice stuff and everything like that, and I felt like I was missing out. That is the pitfall. That is Satan. And that's the bad side of capitalism that people, you know, I said earlier in the video, I'm not against capitalism at all. But like when people criticize capitalism, what they're criticizing is greed and out of control competition with your neighbor because he got a new... George Carlin used to say something funny, might be too explicit for this channel. George Carlin used to say, you got a blank that plays "O Come All Ye Faithful," or your neighbor got one, so you got to get one too. And the hardest parts about not having a job are not how do I make money and pay my bills. The hardest parts are probably more like everyone's judging me. No one respects me. No one knows what I'm doing. Like when you work for yourself, when you're the boss, when you're the CEO, you have to deal with all the problems and get paid last. Oh no, well, the CEO gets paid. If you're the owner, you get paid last. The employees get paid first, and the expenses and everything go to everyone else, but the owner gets paid last if there's anything left. But, you know, oftentimes they can make exponentially more because they were patient and they put it all together. And I know that that doesn't make sense to a lot of people that are employees. The employees make money off of the CEO and make money off of the owner. I own a business right now, and I'm not making anything from it. And I'm shelling out, I've got 12 people working for me on it. They're all getting paid. I'm not guaranteed to make anything. They're all making money before me. I might make money at the end, but they already made their money and went on their way. So it's a totally different mentality. It's the employees want paid right now. The owner wants the equity later. They want the asset. So this is there's a lot that goes into this conversation. So we're going down the entrepreneurship rabbit hole. So Senior R said, I used to love a lot of things and it turned into money, job, and you didn't like it anymore. Yeah, I know. I've been there too. That's rough. I mean, it's not easy. A lot of this stuff I'm talking about is really difficult. That's why I make videos about it, because You know, there's a lot of people online blowing smoke up your butt saying, oh, everything's happy. And you look around and see, where are all the successful people? And then there are some successful people though, and they all they all get it. And that's why, you know, I had a client years ago in business consultant. I was consulting him. He owned a business, and he, through the years of consulting with him, he was able to make more and more and more and expand because of the principles we were talking about. And that was in another country. So he predicted I was predicting his future. He was predicting my future, parts of it, because we understand, you know, once you understand certain things about how the universe works, you can use it for your advantage, and you're not cheating anyone. I'm not cheating anyone. Some people out there are cheating other people, for sure. I just heard earlier today, someone was selling part of their farm and they got ripped off by the buyer and this and that. And, you know, it's cutthroat out there in business, and it would be a lie for me to say otherwise. In fact, I was doing business for over 10 years before I finally realized that it's like a war. Business is like war. I was being, oh, I'm such a nice guy, and being positive thinking and everything like that, and getting chewed up and spit out. So, and it depends what kind of business you're in. Now, the reason I'm doing what I'm doing now, because since I know it's going to be like a war, I know that already. I'm not fooling myself. Since I know that, I put myself in the scenario that's worth it for me to fight for. Like, what's worth it for me to actually get out of bed and waste, you know, spend my time, and then I become really strict, or really, what's the word I'm looking for? I become really strict with what I'll do because I know how hard it's going to be. I'm not living in a fantasy land where I just think, oh, just go start a business online and it'll, like these ads that you see online. And I have started online businesses that did make money, but, you know, they don't give you the honest, realistic picture that you're going to have to do. It's not just going to, like, a fairy isn't going to come down and hand you exactly what you want. You're going to have to do X, Y, and Z. Then you'll get it automatically. That's what I mean about aligning yourself with the universe, is that when you just do X, Y, Z, the result you want will automatically happen. And that's what I mean by effortless work. You know, like, for me, making music, painting a picture is effortless. I can come up with songs all day. I can paint or do pictures all day. Now, I haven't made those any money doing those. Otherwise, I'd be doing that right now. But I will in the future. You like things when money is not involved? I get what you mean. A lot of people agree. However, it's not the money that's bad. Money is gold and silver. And gold and silver can't do anything. Gold and silver can't screw anyone or, you know, do anything wrong or do any kind of action. It's just an innate, it's like a rock. So you can't blame money. It's people. It's people. And it's currency. They're not even trying to get money. They don't even know what money is half the time. All right, let's see. Wow, it's getting juicy, isn't it? I don't mind having heated debates either. I don't mind disagreeing, and I don't, it gets the information going. It gets the conversation going. So, if I'm like raising my voice, I'm not yelling at you. I just get excited. Just if I do start screaming, then that's another thing. Someone said, I followed my passion with my heavy amount of bills. The Natural Raw one said, I followed my passion with heavy amount of bills. Yes, it's never easy, but, it's possible. It's possible. And it's not always totally risky. Sometimes the way I do things like that are more risky than someone else might like. It's up to your risk tolerance level. Everyone has a different risk tolerance. I've taken some pretty decently big risks in business. And the older you get, you risk a little bit less and less, but you want to keep that creativity alive. And as long as you're not risking your health, that's the real risk for me. In business, risking my health and my time, that's not worth it. Risking money is not as bad as risking health, as far as I'm concerned right now. Because health is not worth giving up. Any amount of it. So the Naturally Raw one said, everything I needed was given to me at the time I needed it. Perfect timing always feels like it's too late. Yes, that is really how it happens. In my experience, it feels like it's never going to work, it's never going to work, it's never going to work, it's never going to work. And then boom, totally clear road. Here, people helping. It's like, whoa, wait, what happened? And you kind of first, you feel like, wait, is something wrong? Aren't I supposed to be struggling? No, you're not supposed to be struggling. You're only struggling because you haven't figured it out yet. And once you figure out that you can get abundance without struggling, it's like epiphany that you have to experience it yourself. You have to experience that yourself, even in a small way. So I would recommend to start some small project that you can do on the side that you can eventually maybe make into your career, that you feel good about ethically, that you don't feel like just you're sacrificing your morals for money. I don't do anything unethical for money. I feel good about what I'm doing. And more as time goes on, I become more and more strict about what I'm willing to do for money because, at the beginning of your plan, short term, you might have to do some things that you would rather not do. But as your time goes on, you become more on the path. And once you get on the path, it's like you'll feel it. It's like you're in the zone, like everything starts working. The right people start showing up, just like the Natural Way just said in the comment. I experienced that very similar experience. What? Okay. Let's see. Going back through. Keep it civil, by the way. This is just a YouTube video. This is not, your life is not laying on the line and from this video. So choose your battles wisely. I'm a martial artist and I don't just go around kicking and punching people. The more powerful you are, you can just save it for the right time. And I don't know. If this is getting too argumentative, then I might just end it. So, let's see. successful people are the minority. That's true. Capitalism doesn't allow fair living for majority, so it's not realistic. Well, okay, alrighty then. What? I'm not sure. You seem pretty stubborn in your way of thinking, so I'm not sure if you're in the right place, because most of the info I share is on the edge already. And if you're uncomfortable with the idea of being wrong, then you might not like me. Lisa said, even a person living off-grid has some form of expenditure. Good points. Senior R said, currently capitalism is failing. Well, we're not currently in capitalism, so I don't think that's an accurate statement. Oh, it has destroyed the world? Well, capitalism has destroyed the world? How can an ism do anything? Capitalism can't do anything. A person can do something. You can't just blame stuff for destroying the world. What destroyed the world? The world I'm living in is still here. I'm living in the world still. It's not destroyed. In fact, I like the world. The sunshine, the birds, the trees, it's all still there. I mean, I kind of know what you're saying, but you're really going hard on the negative aspects of it, so. Competitors in business are harsh to one another, sometimes. Everyone's fighting to stay at the top. Well, people are fighting, and there are definitely things going on in the world that I don't approve of, for sure. But what do we do about it? We get healthier ourselves. That's all we can do. We get healthier ourselves and set a good example. That's pretty much the most we can do, unfortunately. You can't climb into someone else's body and perform actions for them. You can't climb into someone's body and prevent them from littering or prevent them from, hitting their wife or husband, or from being a jerk to their kids, or from eating McDonald's. You can't crawl into someone's body and carry out their actions for them. So we live in a classist society. Kids don't even get a chance to go to a good school. How could I expect them to align with the universe? What do you mean? I was a kid. I went to a crappy school. Who do you think these people are? I'm one of them. I'm a person. When I don't expect anyone to do anything. Just because I'm answering questions doesn't mean I expect anything. I don't expect much out of people. I have high standards and other people don't. I'm not expecting other people to live by my standard. People aren't living by my standard. I'm not the king of everyone, trying to live everyone's life for them. I'm from the ghetto. You said you gotta go in the ghetto. Whatever. You're getting really argumentative here, and I don't know who it's benefiting. What are you trying to convince us of? That the world is a crappy place? I don't know. Why would you try to convince us of that? We're trying to live here just like you. We're all just trying to be healthy and get along. So Manuel said, as long as we have money, barter, credit, debt, and scarcity, then there will be incentive, less valid behavior. I'm not sure what that means. As long as we have money, barter, credit, servitude, and debt, and scarcity, then there will be incentive, less valid behavior. Okay. I think I understand what you're trying to say. Well, the debt to the fiat currency and the debt is not just to blame all capitalism on corruption. If there's corruption and corrupt people, that doesn't just mean that everything is wrong. The corruption was wrong. So a lot of good things have been corrupted, and it's been given a bad name. So I definitely think capitalism has been given a bad name, and it's definitely been corrupted. It's not a free market like it's supposed to be. Capitalism is supposed to be a free market. Do we have a free market right now? No way. Just look at what's going on with silver, and look at what's going on with, Goldman and JP Morgan, what they're doing with the silver manipulation. So we're not purely in capitalism right now. To blame what we are in right now, a good school aligns you with the universe? I don't know. I didn't go to a good school. It would be nice. That sounds like a good pipe dream if there was a good school that was aligning people with the universe, which I'm sure a lot of people would argue with that align with the universe thing I said. I'm just trying to make a point, and I know it sounds very mystical and you could scoff at it. Manuel says money was an effort to distribute and manage resources. It's no longer a necessary tool. In fact, is less valid for where we are today. Well, where are we today, and why is it not a good tool anymore? And the naturally raw one does not agree. Okay, Shina says this is totally off topic. Oh, thank God. I just wanted to ask a question before I sign off. It's late in Barbados. Can't seem to get my hands on any oyster mushrooms. You might be able to grow them. I don't know if it's too hot. An alternative, well, there's so many types of mushrooms. Honestly, I don't really like oyster mushrooms. It's just one of the better ones that are readily available in large amounts. So, an alternative for oyster mushroom, the mushrooms I avoid are the mushrooms, the mass-produced white button ones. And I usually don't get those like cremini anymore. However, I used to. So but depends where you are and what kind of mushrooms they have. Most mushrooms are good, but you could, depending on the recipe, I'm not sure what they have in your area. I'm curious. Someone said, it's an example of privilege. Not everyone has a privilege to make life better for themselves. Everyone can do the things in my program. Any single person, doesn't matter where they were born. So I don't know what you were talking about there. But this is maybe a few minutes old now. Only life itself will dictate what happens to you and where you go in your future. Life must be treated with utter respect. Ooh, I agree with that. Life, yeah. Some people say, man plans, God laughs. I think that is kind of what you were talking about there. Life must be treated with respect, yeah. I found all this stuff out the hard way. Anything that I'm experiencing and my channel has come through something that I had either almost didn't survive or that I had a difficult time with. So someone said, what are you going to tell millions of dying kids? That makes no sense. It's like blaming them for their suffering. What? I'm not sure how this relates to anything that we have been talking about. In fact, I'm one of the only people that is trying to help dying kids. But okay. Anyway, there are a lot of people out there helping. There are a lot of great people that are doing great things and donating their time and effort and money. So I didn't mean to be so condescending as to think I'm one of the only helpful people. What I meant by that is just that I'm making an effort every day to help, even though I don't have to. It's none of my business, really. My own health is my business, but everything raw one said, everything the way it should be, everything has to happen the way it happens. It happens because of life. Ooh, interesting. Very deep. Senior R doesn't agree. Okay, thank you. Manuel says, I love the world and everyone in it. Doug, do you believe in free will? Ooh, wow, powerful question. The notion that a decision or choice is made with no outside influence. Oh man, that's the question, isn't it? I've debated that on both sides in my past, I'll tell you that. I used to think how could there be free will? And then I started thinking, the way someone explained it, understood free will, I could understand, oh, okay, wow, maybe there is free will. That's a very interesting and deep question. That's very interesting. I'm fascinated by that question. I don't know if I have an answer to that. And sometimes this might bother a lot of people. Sometimes I don't have a belief one way or another. I know that a lot of people have a hard time suspending belief, or they need to choose one way or the other. But yeah, sometimes I'm unsure, and it's okay. All right. Okay. Oh, wow. Manuel, I thank you for thank you that you love the world and everyone on it and commented that too. That's a good, positive message. The warmonger leaders aren't necessarily capitalists. They were around before capitalism. Senior R, which, man, the negativity is not really going anywhere. All of us are all the other people are trying to steer it back to a positive direction. And you're being like the people that you're criticizing. So all we can do is work on ourselves. I'm not a warmonger. That's all I can do. I'm a black belt, but I'm not going around punching people. That's all I can do. That's me. That's up to me. It's none of, I don't have to do that. Tomorrow I could go crazy and do whatever I want because of free will. But I'm not going to because of my choice. I choose to treat people as if they're also a black belt. As if they're, I might have said that the wrong way since you're all getting really nitpicky with this one. But everyone is equal. I'm not going to, but not everyone is equal in fighting skill. Not everyone is equal in video editing or, something. Not everyone is equal in, how well they cook, but they're equally alive as a living thing. And I treat animals the same way. I do my best to treat animals the same way. When I think, a living thing, like a spirit, I respect their spirit, unless they're attacking me. And then I sometimes have to defend myself, jump out of the way, let them run by me, or hit them back or whatever. But at first, I'm just trying to promote the harmony of all things. That doesn't mean I'm going to get walked all over, but I respect the other living things. And let's see more comments coming in. Okay. Well, the people controlling the world are not necessarily capitalists. What about China? What about all the other countries? What about Russia? America is the only one claiming to be capitalist, and it's barely anymore. If the environment is toxic, it affects human behavior. If we make a better environment, human behavior would change too. Yeah, right. That's why we make a better environment by improving ourselves, and just being at a higher vibration around other people sometimes can help them. It doesn't seem that way, but people sometimes can be helped just by, if you're in the zone and you're just around them, sometimes that's all someone else needs. Everyone gets their opportunity, sister. Oh, are you a woman? I don't know I don't know who. How do you know that it's a woman from their name? You must keep your eyes open, said the naturally raw one. So starving kids get opportunities? I'm not sure what result you're trying to get by bringing that up. Did we do something wrong by, I've almost starved to death before, and I'm white, so I don't know what, only people in Africa are starving, or what. I don't know what's being talked about here, but I've had my own health problems and almost died. So all I can talk about is my own experience. And I'm from one of the worst places in the entire country. So, but I don't choose to talk about that because what's the point? If it can make an important point, then I'll talk about it. We have to ask Manuel says we have to ask where corruption comes from. I don't believe people are born greedy. That's a good question. a free market would be better than this, and a free market would quickly evolve past its servitude phase. Interesting comment, Manuel. Or Manuel. Very interesting. Natural One says they can't speak for those kids because they're not one of them. You're thinking about only yourself. I'm not only thinking about myself because I already healed myself. I don't have to tell anyone about it. I don't have to make any of these videos. Definitely not being monetized for it. I'm just doing this because it has helped some people already and hopefully will continue to do so. Definitely not doing it to do anything bad to anyone or to exert my privilege over someone else or whatever you're blaming me for doing. I'm trying to help as many people as I can in my life. And I'm not doing it for you or anyone else. I'm doing it because I've been called to do so. And that's it. It's between me and the creator or whatever you want to call that. I don't have a good word for it. So I'm just using other people's words for it. Lisa said, my motto is you can't change people, you can only help them by impacting their lives, and if they choose to change themselves, do your impact, and then you've gained life with this one. Yes. Naturally Raw One said, spread love and joy. Okay, so let's see here. I'm blocking this person. You know, that's the last straw. You absolutely negative loser. Everyone in the chat is trying to be positive. Everyone's trying to steer it back. Steer it back. I blocked the person. Why do they keep bringing up negatives? All of us are trying to improve our lives. Okay, old comments, old context. Yes, let's shift over to feeding alkaline babies. Manuel, keep making videos if it's in you. Thank you. Seems like there's a big misunderstanding. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What was up with that SR person? I'm trying to figure out if they're just a negative troll or what. At first I started out by thinking that they were in the conversation, but then it seems like we're all just trying to say peace and harmony and live and lead a positive example, and they just want to bring up starving children. So I'm starting a nonprofit to feed children. I can only there's only so many hours in the day. We're doing everything we can do. Manuel said, leave the negative loser alone, misunderstanding and poor expression. Yeah. Ugh. You know, at first I thought they needed help when they were talking about their B12. And then, you know, usually when people start talking about stuff like that, I get on high alert, and because I can only help people that are already so far. That's what I'm cutting myself slack. I can't save everyone. I can't, at the very beginning of this, when I decided to do this with my life and with my time, I knew people would be jerks because they've been jerks my whole life about other stuff less important than this. So I knew people were going to do that. I knew people were going to say garlic and vitamin C and blah, blah, blah. I knew people were going to do that. I knew it all, and I decided to do it anyway. And so when at first I wanted to help everyone in the whole world. I want to help, let's save the freaking world. Are you kidding me? Like when I first overcame my own disease, the first thing you start thinking is, oh my God, my family. Oh my God, my friends. Oh my God, the rest of the world. And I just want to help the rest of the world. Here's the challenge: psychology. They're so marketed, they're so brainwashed. And my background is in psychology. I've studied brainwashing. My grandfather was a hypnotist. So I didn't really know him, but anyway, he was my predecessor and set the stage maybe for me to do this kind of thing. So I know that it comes back to psychology, what I originally studied. It's how to get this message through to people, because they're so thick-headed and they get so offended and they get so stubborn, and I don't want to deal with them. Personally, that's my weakness. I don't want to deal with them because they can't handle me. Because my true nature is very aggressive, and I try to be a really nice person, as you can tell most of the time. But really, I didn't used to be that way. I used to just scream right in your face and not care whatsoever. And, I'm not like that now because it's not the life I want to live. But it's like the reason I mentioned being a black belt is because it's my choice to be a nice guy. And, a lot of, you've got some law enforcement that are really nice guys. I had a really good experience recently with the police, a really good experience, actually. And I was like, wow, that was awesome. And it changed my perspective. There are other people in the same position that are total jerks. So with power, like with some kind of power, like holding a gun or having a title or having a badge or knowing martial arts or whatever it is, having a high IQ and being smarter than other people, I always treat it like having great power comes great responsibility. Isn't that from Spider-Man or something? And the reason I'm a black belt to begin with is because people were picking on me. And when I was a child, I mean, this is so long ago. It's not, that was long, long, long ago. So there's a reason. And then when people pick on me now, I have the tendency to just want to beat the crap out of them. Because for me, I wouldn't even break a sweat. It would be done it'd take less than a second. It would take one hit. And I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you, I read a book one time on a one-hit kill. There are techniques like this, when I was younger, and people mess with you and you need to learn self-defense. And I learned self-defense, but the thing is that how to apply it to the internet. When people come at you and they start attacking you, and to me, it's like they wouldn't last 1 second in a real fight. I've seen a lot of street fights, and street fights are not. But like these poor people, they don't know how to fight. They're just going to get hurt. It's just usually alcohol is the reason. But like, just because you can fight doesn't always mean it's the right time. But I also believe in protecting yourself. And the Karate Creed from back in the day, part of it is my principles or my honor. Should it be a matter of life or death, right or wrong? then here are my weapons, my empty hands. And there's something epic about that. And I think if more people actually knew self-defense or actually knew how to fight, there'd be less fights. The people that know how to fight aren't going around messing with everyone. The people that know how to fight respect each other. You know, they bow and they there's like a code, the warrior code of it's respect and old-fashioned values. Someone told me the other day that old-fashioned people like me are mocked in this world. And I thought that was really interesting that they thought I'm an old-fashioned, like an old-school kind of guy. And yeah, after they said it, I definitely am. I mean, I'm on an ancient diet, so... Anyway, wow, what a live. This has been a roller coaster of a live. At first, it was a pretty good conversation, but then I think I let the trolls run rampant in this one. But I thought it was entertaining. And actually, if you want to see me unload on some trolls, I'll let them keep arguing with me and I'll rip them a new one if it comes to that. I'm not sure if that would be a good video or if people like this nice, passive monk version of me. Just remember that monks are martial artists, so they're there to protect the temple from invaders. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that person needed help. They need help in their own health. I tried to help them, but they weren't personally attacking anyone. I just got sick of them talking about Africa. I mean, go to Africa and help the kids then. Get off of my comment section. Go help them. I felt like they were challenging us for not doing a good enough job helping the starving kids. It makes me sad. I would love to help every single starving kid in the world. Will I be able to? I doubt it, but would it be great? Yeah. Am I going to try? Yeah. The help of low B12 isn't all that they need help with. Aww. So you've had a hard time finding Seville sour orange? Me too. If you figure out where to get it, let me know. Oh, they said they love everyone and not trying to come off negative? Oh, I didn't see that. Ah! Oh, oops. Well, now I feel bad for blocking them. When people start talking about starving kids in another country, it just triggered me to block them because, we're doing our best. We're doing our best to keep it positive. Oh, man. So maybe I prematurely blocked them, but oh well. Oh, my brother Doug, how do you feel about being skinny as I'm in the same boat? Now I learned I don't need big muscles and accept it. Oh, well, if I can give them another chance, I don't know how to unblock them. So, yeah, I'll unblock them if it was just, I'm trying to keep up with the comments and if you bring up starving children or whatever, honestly, I've had my own struggles and that one triggered me. So I'm not perfect. Oh. Well, I hope that I didn't make them any more negative, but I've got to have some rules on this channel. It's hard to keep up with the chat. I wish to find and eat this fruit. before I pass on my life. Well, that's a good goal. I hope to accomplish more than just that. How do you feel about being skinny? Well, I've, um, I look good and feel good. I don't, I used to care about everything, about how I look. I used to think my nose is too big and be afraid to go anywhere. And, you know, I'm talking about like when I was a child. But thankfully I got over that quickly because I'm not very vain. I tend to lean on the side of not caring at all what I look like. So usually I have to try to care a little bit so that I don't look like a total crazy nut in my videos with the curls poking out everywhere. I have a tendency to not care what people think, but it is annoying if people comment on my weight. I think, did you just really say that? And then I usually just cut people some slack. Like I said, I pick my battles wisely. And we aren't old school, we're simple. Let's not tolerate negativity in any way. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. What I've learned in over 15 years studying psychology is to protect myself, my own psychology. Yes, I'm setting a good example trying to set a good example for other people, but you have to protect yourself. And if I let the negativity get to me, it's going to make me ineffective. It's going to hurt the quality of whatever I'm doing, waste my time and everything else. So thank you for the reminder. Continuous reminders are always appreciated. Positivity only. Now, you don't have to agree with everything I say, and if people are arguing in the comments, it's fine. I'm not usually going to block people just for arguing, but I think there's a fine line to me with a disagreement and an argument where if I get to the point where it seems like the person is so stubborn they're just not going to listen, then what's the fun of conversating? So if you can disagree and still love each other and still be positive, then you can learn something. Okay. Manuel said, I only saw one explicit troll, the tree shagger. The rest debatable. Okay. Okay, so you're all voting that I let them back in. I will let them back in. It's just, I don't know what their point, if I feel like they were like dragging with their point about the opportunity. Directing that towards me. What? You're handsome? We're all handsome here. Thank you. That's nice of you. Yeah, I never felt handsome until I moved to Asia. And then everyone told me I was handsome. And I was like, wow, where were you all my life? But no, I mean, it's not, what can I do with it? You know, it's not something, it's not really a skill that I can wrap my mind around. So if I figure out how to unblock that person, I will, and I'll let them back in. And I felt myself getting, I think I think that it was a discussion between two people in the comments. And I was just thinking that it's directed at me. And my point is always going to be positive. And I know for a fact that there are starving kids in Africa that have went on to be massively successful. I heard the story of one guy who walked. He walked from a village like ridiculously, like days, not just miles, but like walked and walked and walked and walked to, and I'm just pulling this story off the top of my head. Some entrepreneur from, in a terrible situation. I feel for that. And like I said, I've had struggles with being homeless or almost starving or stuff like that. And I figured it out eventually. Was it easy? No. It was like, I thought they were just totally arguing with my point that we all have the opportunity to breathe oxygen and to be alkaline. So yeah, it's hard. More in some places, it's going to be really hard. A lot of people are. I've seen crazy. I've seen whole little shacks built out of recycled doors, and people cooking on a fire, and stuff like. I've seen all kinds of crazy stuff in my life and in my travels, and some of the kids in my school didn't have plumbing, and didn't have running water and stuff like that. So when people start talking about privilege, this and that, I think they need to take a hike, because not every single person has a difficult life, and some people more than others. So even people born rich, born with a trust fund, they must have their own terrible problems. Maybe they never become enlightened because they, didn't have to, who knows what. So I think that it's such a tough world that I'm not focusing on that. That's obvious. That's so obvious that I don't have to bring it up. And I don't want anyone bringing it up about how hard everything is, because what are you talking about? I'm dealing with super stressful stuff off camera. That's insane. Most people would not be able to take it. So, and then I come on camera to try to help people anyway, and that makes me feel better. So, in my quest of helping people, I can't let any of them suck me down to their problem. And it's, I'm not perfect. Maybe Jesus was perfect and he helped everyone without getting affected or whatever. Both of my grandfathers were doctors in different areas. And, did they help every single person they met? I don't know. They weren't alkaline, so what were they doing? I like where this discussion has gone. It's bringing out something very interesting. Even though it's coming out of a frustrating feeling, I feel like it's the right thing to talk about. So Lisa says you can order Seville oranges online. If you don't have an Asian market or Jamaican market, interesting. Well, there are Asian markets near me and I haven't seen it there. So that would be nice if they had it at the Asian market. Jamaican market sounds cool. I've never been to one. That sounds great. The Naturally Raw one said they'll deep dive into my information. Awesome. I have over 200 videos at this point. We are all unique. Just look at your thumbprint and look at mine. Absolutely. I appreciate you subscribers so much. Not just because you're positive and encouraging me, but also because the feedback is so good and the questions are great questions. Manuel said some people have to deal with predator missile strikes. Yeah. Let's educate and push for alkaline society. Absolutely. Yes, let's bring it back to that and wrap it up with that. And but this is actually, I think this is my first live where there was a troll at all. I've been waiting for that. I've been wondering when the first person is going to come on and say, "You're not a real doctor, you jerk." Someone said, "Ditch the frustration, brother. I can only imagine how you've been attacked on these platforms." Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm not frustrated because of that. It's frustration from before I was healthy that's, I haven't fully removed out of my habits yet. So, yeah, I'm a human still. Actually, getting frustrated, I like it to some degree. It's not like stress. It's not good to have stress and more cortisol pumping out. But if everything was just perfect, then none of my life would have happened. I'm a good problem solver, and often it takes really intense frustration to, this is one of the things that is actually a big part of my success, I think, is that I get so frustrated that I flip out and I put my foot down and I say enough is enough. And and honestly, it doesn't look pretty. It doesn't look it's not nice, and it's not marketable or whatever. No one wants to be around me or whatever, but I've done all my best work like that. Because I get something, my subconscious mind, whatever it is, when my back against the wall, the subconscious mind comes out and it just shines through. And without that really put the foot down type of enough is enough type of attitude, which I have it, and some other people, I notice other people don't do that, aren't like that. I've partnered up with a lot of people before, and I'm really like this, and I think it's a good trait as long as it's kept in check. We have anger for a reason. It's healthy. A certain amount at the right time could save your life. So I think anxiety is good, healthy, and in the right amount. There's some sociologist I remember learning that said that back a long time ago, that a certain level of anxiety is healthy. Or else we would never, do anything. We would just get killed by the first predator that comes along. So that's my comment about the frustration. I know it doesn't look pretty, and I know that maybe some of you think that I'm just zen all the time, but honestly, I'm not, and I think it's okay. Sometimes I know no one wants to be around when I'm angry because I have an unlimited amount of energy. And those two things together are not a good combination. Unlimited energy plus anger is I'm not a good enemy, but it's a very positive. I stay positive almost all the time. I only tap into it when I think it's useful. Ideally. Let me see, I got some more. Someone said we can go into a partnership. Absolutely. And I've already got some things in the works with some of my one-on-one clients. kicking around some partnership ideas. So I'm totally open. You know, I've started a lot of businesses before, so I'm pretty picky about what I would do now because I've been around the block already, and I wouldn't just do it unless it looks, you know, after a lot of research, it looks like a sure deal. Otherwise, it's not worth it. But that being said, yeah, let's partner up. I need help to, you know, I can only do so much by myself, and sometimes I feel like I'm doing too much, and I need to quit a couple things and focus down even more. In the future, I'm going to be doing less and less, and only doing what I'm the best at, because I think that's gets the best result. So, someone said, imagining opening your own market. I had one actually, and I took it down. I had one online, but yeah, a physical one, that would be really cool. I have some stuff in the works. That kind of lines up with that. That might be a good idea. I'm open, but like I said, since I already have a few businesses going right now, I'm definitely open, but you know, I would dive in researching more before I put any money or anything into it. So I am pretty picky, but you know, this is the right thing to do and the right people. So I'm up for partnering up for sure. Lisa said I would love that. Make a chain of them? Oh, yes. Absolutely. I have some good business ideas. I haven't found the right people to do it with. I can't imagine a perfect person or society, says Manuel. We can never be safe, but we can get safer. I can't imagine a perfect city. I can imagine evolving cities that develop and update endlessly. Ooh. Are you writing poetry? The Naturally Raw says, one day things will align. Today is that day. I felt it. To us, to supporting an alkaline food market. I'm already kind of working on it, actually, in a way. Yes, the only thing that is constant is change. Lisa said, I'm in agreement. Now we're all agreeing. Hey, Doug, since you need help managing things, maybe I can be of assistance. I have my evenings open to help you. I support the cause and I learn very quickly. Man, you're going to make me cry. That's music to my ears. You kidding me? Wow. Sounds good to me. Help. Awesome. Well, yeah, reach out to me and we'll see what we can do. Lisa says we have 3 of those types of markets here in Georgia. Whoa! That's awesome. I can work as an internship until I gain your trust. You're speaking my language. You're already gaining my trust. Smart things to say. Wow, this is awesome. What a great live video this has been. It went all over the place. I barely talked about losing weight. I had to force it in the beginning and before a lot of people had joined in. Awesome. Well, the Naturally Raw one, whatever your name is, reach out to me. There's a link in the description and you can get a hold of me that way. There's a couple ways to get a hold of me in the description. So let's see what we can do. Definitely. In the future, I'm focusing on quitting the tasks that aren't exactly what I'm good at and finding the other people that would be better at them than me. Because, you know, I've been doing everything, and then I do have an assistant, thankfully. And I do have, well, I've got over, like I mentioned, I've got 10 people working on another business. But as far as this is concerned, I do have one assistant, and I could definitely use more. Because there's just, my ideas are plentiful compared to how much work I can just physically do in a day. So I could employ a team of 40 or 50 people, I think, with just my ideas that I have right now. And I was looking for the funding for that for a while, but now I think I have something going, that the vague thing that I keep alluding to that might be able to help fund some of these other ideas in next year. So there is good news in the future. So yeah, if you want an internship for me for the rest of the year, I could potentially hire you next year if we, or if whatever we do makes money before that. Let's do this. Your name is Nathan. Okay. Hello, Nathan. Yeah, this similar kind of thing has happened in live videos, and I think good things are coming from that. So, good. Reach out to me, and I'm looking forward to hearing via email or whatever. Manuel says this channel isn't big enough for monetization, or did they demonetize? The channel's big enough now, but I'm working on the watch time, which this video has been, I think, probably really good for the watch time. I appreciate all of you that have been tuned in this whole time. Yeah, I've got the requirement as far as subscribers, and I'm halfway there for watch time. You need 4,000 hours in the last 12 months. And I've got over 2,000 now. So I just passed the halfway mark to monetization. And with that money, I'm not sure how much or little it's going to be. I've done a lot of research, and it depends on the industry. It depends on the niche. So it's hard to say at this point if it's going to be like $1,000 a month, or if it's only going to be like 50 cents. So it's, at this point, I'm not sure. I will do a video when I am monetized, and I'm planning to do one that shows how much I made my first month being monetized, because I know that kind of video is really popular on YouTube. So I have thought about doing a video about how much I make with 1,000 subscribers or whatever. I won't spoil it for you now, but it's not a lot. And would you watch a video like that? I'm not sure. Manuel said retitle the video. Yeah, I might retitle the video and call it Starving Children in Africa. Oh no. I don't think they would have appreciated me making a joke about it now. Too soon? Okay, Lisa asks, what's good to take for sight improvement? I've heard good things about sea moss. It could be your optic nerve. It could be your eyeball itself. I have heard about some eye exercises that you can train the muscles around your eyes to be better. And so I've heard, yeah, you can retrain your muscles to focus better, and that will improve your vision. I took some herb years ago before I went alkaline, and some guy gave it to me. It was an African wood. It was an African sawdust. It was a guy selling barbecue ribs in a food truck. I'm not even kidding. And he called me over and gave me this sawdust, and he said it would improve my vision. And I looked at the back of the bottle, and it said it was good for depression and this and that and this. And I was like, how can that possibly be real? Now that I know about herbs and alkalinity and all that stuff, I understand how all of those afflictions could be improved just by one herb. It is possible. And I don't know the name of it, and I've been trying to find out ever since. I think the guy gave me a card or something. I had it at some point, but there was some wood. It was a powder, and that explains like half the herbs I have that are some kind of African wood powder. So I know that that's good for the eyesight. So I know that detoxing can help your eyesight. There could be mucus in your brain. There could be mucus blocking the optic nerve, or you could be mineral deficient. There are some mushrooms that I take that have been proven to regrow the brain cells in mice and all kinds of stuff like that, that I think your brain, your sight is happening in your brain. What you're seeing right now is in the back of your skull, the back part of your brain. It's not actually your eyes. So the problem could be your brain, could be your eyeball, could be the optic nerve. I'm not sure exactly where it is. But, I mean, any of this should all help. A lot of what I talk about on my channel all helps a lot of different things. Like CMOS helps with so many different things that, just minerals and oxygen, and it has to get to where it needs to get. So either there's something being blocked in between your eye and brain, or your brain's not getting enough oxygen, and I know there are some herbs specifically that can start helping with, especially with that eye strain that I'm feeling right now from staring at your comments for hours. It's worth it. Natural Raw one said elderberry and prodigiosa. I wouldn't doubt that. And then people are delayed laughing at my joke. I forgot even what I said, but I know that it was offensive. And okay, there's an herb called eye bright. I have heard of that. And Manuel said magic mushrooms, which when I say there are certain types of mushrooms that can help with that, I'm glad someone else said it and not me. The Naturally Raw one said magic mushrooms do wonders when you're in a happy place. And what they mean by that is if you're somewhere uncomfortable, it could be very bad. Lisa, Manuel said if you haven't changed your diet already, then consider that. And yeah, fasting. If you haven't done fasting, that's the first thing I would try for your eyes. And the different types of mushrooms, there are ones that aren't magic that also help with brain and eye health too. There's so many types of mushrooms out there. It's quite amazing. I don't know, I know the tip of the iceberg. I'm always learning more. Great questions and great comments. You see, I feel really good about this video now that I got rid of a couple people. I love everyone equally, but I'm just not prepared to deal with all of them at once. All right, anything I missed? I think this would be a good point to sign off. Any more questions before we sign off? I have to take a break, and I'm trapped under this tripod, so I think I'm gonna, is this my longest live ever? How many hours is 240 minutes? Believe it or not, the digestive system needs to rest. Absolutely, I second and third that. I have other videos about fasting as well, if you aren't familiar with that. There are safe ways to do it, as in making sure you're getting enough water and minerals and everything like that. So you can reach out to someone locally to guide you if you've never done it before, or you can reach out to me there's a link at the bottom of the description. And I have some other videos about that as well. So till next time, rest. Yeah, I'm having my eyes need rest from looking at the screen. I'm not a screen loving person, so I usually read books. Remember those? Remember those things? Books? I still read them. Naturally Raw one said you'll contact me. Awesome. Anyone that's watching this in replay, you can reach out as well. Thank you for your virtual presence. Much love. Peace. Oh, thank you so much, and back to you as well. I appreciate you for, these videos wouldn't be very interesting without your comments and feedback. So I appreciate everything. And the fact that you're so positive about it makes it even better. I appreciate that. Manuel said, I will push the Venus project more. Definitely worth investigating. Yes, absolutely. I would definitely like to. I've been more interested, instead of building, I've been more interested in like taking over existing companies that are failing or already shut down or something, and reusing like an abandoned thing. When I was younger, I always had the idea of shutting down the shopping malls and digging up their parking lots and turning them into forests. I thought, look at all that land in the parking lot. We should be growing food. At the very least, they should just put a roof over the cars and grow food on the roof over the parking. But anyway, yeah, maybe in the future I'll have alkaline parking garages where you can park under, and on top there are cherry tomatoes. It's such a good idea. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there as on a whim, but it sounds like a great plan. All right, awesome. Thanks for having us. Thank you for coming into my room and chatting with me. Thank you for arguing amongst yourselves. I might let that other person back in the channel. I just didn't like how they were relentless about that negativity. And yeah, it happens. I have a no tolerance policy on other social media. On other social, I just block them instantly. And I usually have it set up to instantly block certain things. There's a lot you can do as far as internet marketing. You can go in and play around with stuff in the pages. But with YouTube, is the one I have less of a following and less of a experience. Well, less success on YouTube. I've had other projects get giant on other social media, but as far as YouTube itself, I'm not used to the live haters yet. So I want to just joke with them, like yell, like George Carlin would have told them to stick a you-know-what in their mouth. Manuel said Amazon is just about done with the shopping malls. Yeah, that's true. A few more years, plenty of land. Yep, that plan might actually end up coming true. If I can get those parking lots at dirt cheap prices, dig them up and turn them into a farm. Not that parking isn't important, but I think you could just, like I just said, make a parking garage and grow food on the roof. Isn't that, it seems like a common sense idea to me. Has anyone tried this yet? I'm sure someone must have done this. at least in another country like Singapore or something. I would expect it. Lisa said, "What are magic mushrooms? Never heard of them." Are you trolling me now? Okay. Fascinating. Well, what, how do I answer that? Okay. Had to gather my thoughts for a second. Usually it refers to psilocybin mushrooms, which there are a few different types that have psilocybin. It's some naturally occurring alkaloid or something. Basically it's like a vitamin in certain types of mushrooms that are in some places illegal. So maybe you've heard of them as far as, like, maybe if you think of like Alice in Wonderland, and you think on, the colors and everything gets really big when she bit the little mushroom and stuff like that. That was no coincidence. The guy that wrote Alice in Wonderland was on magic mushrooms when he wrote that. Also, the XY axis in geometry, Descartes, I think, I am. Most people think it was I think, therefore I am. But no, the therefore was just a comma. But the guy that said I think, therefore I am, Descartes, he invented the XY axis while he was on magic mushrooms. That's something I learned in college. But anyway, they're illegal depending on where you are. That's the important thing. So I can't necessarily recommend them, because you can't recommend illegal things legally. And you definitely wouldn't want to. But I will say there are groups of people, there are even doctors in the US that there are trials going on, some of them legal and some of them just underground, where they're finally studying for psychology, because they're trying to see if there are psychological benefits from magic mushrooms, which are usually referring to psilocybin mushrooms. However, I guess magic mushroom refers to any kind of mushroom that is psychoactive. Not all of them are necessarily psilocybin. So I don't know if I confused you more or answered your question, but it's worth looking into, because mushrooms in general are extremely healthy, and in some places they're legal. In some places they're not. So it depends on where you live. Check with your local laws. I know they used to be legal in Japan for quite a while. I know they used to be legal in Netherlands. I know there are some other places that, I'm not sure. And even if they are illegal, there are people doing them illegally. Not because I told them to, just because they're doing it on their own free will. So that has been, they were studying this. I mean, people have been using those for thousands and thousands of years. It's all natural, but they've been, they were made illegal last century, and a bad stigma was attached to it. And people say, oh, someone jumped off a roof after eating mushrooms in Amsterdam. So they made them illegal because a 15-year-old took some and jumped out of a window. And it's just like, what does that have to do with anything? Someone drank water and then jumped out of a window. I mean, that might sound like a stretch, but anyway, the reason they're probably illegal is because our modern culture it's a taboo anything psychoactive is a taboo. So except alcohol for some reason. Oh, I know the reason. That's how they built the empire. That's what the banking people all, the bad capitalism that we were all talking about earlier, which I was saying isn't really capitalism. But anyway, the alcohol sellers made it illegal, probably. So anything that isn't cigarettes or alcohol is illegal. But I wouldn't just say to go try them or whatever somewhere legal, because there's kind of like you would want to find out more info before you. Geez, what can I say and what can't I? Let me say what I've heard from books and other people. That I've heard that you need to be in a really specific type of place where you're really comfortable. I've heard that you need to be around good people that know what's going on and that have your best interests in mind. I've heard horror stories about people that took mushrooms and then their dumb friends put on masks and messed with them and picked on them and stuff during it. That's the worst possible scenario. The best possible scenario would be like laying on the beach or something, somewhere where helicopters don't go by, where you could just completely unplug and plug back into Mother Nature and climb a tree or something. However, someone might jump out of a tree so that's something that is a taboo. You can't deny that there's a taboo around it. It doesn't mean it's unhealthy. It just means that it's a taboo. So there are studies going on right now to see if it's healthy or not. I have a hunch that I know it is, but scientific studies to prove it to people. Okay. Okay, I could go on and on, so you got the point. The point is, if it wasn't illegal, would be healthy. Good old government. Aren't you glad that they're protecting us from dangerous, unhealthy foods and making these plants illegal for us to protect us? That was the ultimate sarcasm, if you didn't get it. Manuel said, Lisa, start with 1/2 eighth. And remember, it'll only last 6 hours. Don't try to fight the mushrooms or reality. We can only try our best. I would say that I've heard a lot of chatter online and offline potentially about microdosing. So even before trying what Manuel said, people sometimes take a micro amount, which is less than 0.3 grams, which is very small, very tiny. You would need a very special scale or whatever to measure that. And gradually over time, what people are saying is that it helps with the brain, helps regrowing brain cells, similar to like what lion's mane mushroom or some other legal mushrooms have been proven to be able to do. So what people are doing is they're taking micro amounts daily. That way they're not high on a drug. So they're trying to get the health benefit, but not have some people don't want to be high having a party time, psychedelics, So if you don't want that, if there's work, if you have to go to work or something like that, people in Silicon Valley, from what I hear, are taking micro doses, and it helps them power through the coding, and it helps with your brain and maybe gives you energy and stuff like that. So if you take like a half of an eighth, as what Manuel mentioned, still might be a lot for some people, depending on how they, depending on the person. Some people that would totally blow their mind, and some people that would not do much. So yeah, that's probably why it's illegal, because you might need someone giving you guidance. Otherwise, it could be an unwanted freak out. From the word on the street is that to avoid an unwanted freak out, take a lower amount. You could maybe try taking CBD a couple hours before to help with anxiety and stuff like that. Manuel said people that are coding are adopting microdosing to get off Ritalin. Oh, okay. Yeah. I've heard people that have gotten off of Ritalin through my program. And that's not what the purpose of it is. I didn't comment on their medication. They reported it to me after they had done it, so I wasn't telling them to get off of their meds or anything. That would be irresponsible. Manuel says, yeah, half of an eighth can be a lot, especially if you get stronger ones. Yeah, so there's a lot going on with that. You could research that probably for the rest of your life and still have questions. So just something worth looking into. That being said, I wouldn't recommend it because for health reasons would be good, but there's a lot of other factors, just with something like that. Some people go to other countries and try stuff like that, maybe. I'm not exactly sure, but I did attend a public meeting, where there were doctors and other people talking about magic mushrooms they were giving them to their patients. There are some people, even though it's illegal, they're doing it anyway. There are doctors and therapists and other types of practitioners that are risking it and giving them to their patients despite it being illegal. I went to an event and saw people talking about that with my own two eyes. And some cities are trying to decriminalize them. So in the future, it might be something like they become legal again in the near future. We'll see. It's interesting. It's interesting to talk about. It's interesting what natural things that the government tells us not to do, and then the things that they are okay with, like McDonald's, alcohol, and wearing masks, and doing all those three at the same time, which people are probably doing right now. Oh, it's not funny. That's a nervous laughter. On that note, none of you are doing that, I know. We're all on the right track. So this has been quite a marathon live event. We're approaching 300 minutes of live. Lisa said next they'll be putting a double patent on that like they did with cannabis. Well, unless me or you get to it first. Yeah, exactly. It seems like you get it. Seems like you get it right away. Yeah, that's probably exactly what they're doing. Yeah, as soon as they patent it, and then they can sell it to everyone for $500 a bottle when it's really free or next to free, because you could probably grow it yourself. And I know that there are books on that. So quite an interesting world we live in. We'll get this Venus. We'll get our little. I'm not a communist. I do want to have a little commune, but I'm not a communist, if that's possible. I do want to have a commune, a community, but yeah, so in the future we'll have some kind of alkaline community going. It's definitely already started, so looking forward to more in the future. Alrighty, that being said, I just ticked over. I think I broke my old live record. So thank you everyone for chatting with me and asking questions. If you have more questions after we end the video, feel free to ask in this video or in another video, and I'll either make a new video about your question or I'll answer it in the comments. Thank you again so much for all the love and support. And I'm sure we'll have more trolls in the next one. I'm sure we'll have more haters. I don't even have that many subscribers yet. I'm sure that they're all come out of the woodwork soon. So it'll be funny. I want to have fun with it. We should all gang up on the trolls every time and just make them a laughing stock. That's what they want, is attention. It's not, they just don't have anything better to do. And they probably have no control in their own life. So they have to resort to the internet. You know, there are a lot of people like that. Life is tough. I feel for them. It's been fun. Thanks for entertaining us. Thank you. Manuel said he's not for any isms, but we can do better. Absolutely. And see you next time as well. Yeah, make sure to hit the bell icon if you haven't. That way you get notified right when I go live. And Lisa, you're going to reach out to me? Yeah, please do. You can reach out to me. The link is in the bottom of the description. And yeah, I mean, you're one of the types of people. I mean, like I said, I love everyone. I feel equal to everyone. However, I have to admit, I do prefer, you know, good people. I know everyone, you know, good is subjective, but there's good. I still use the word good people, the people that I like. I like the people on this channel, and there's great people watching. So yeah, reach out, definitely. I look forward to it. That being said, have an amazing day on purpose. And I'll see you in the next video. I've got like 8 cooking videos that I'm trying to finish editing. So there's a lot that are almost finished. They'll probably all come out right at once. I'm probably going to do like boom, 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 boom once I finally finish them. So you have that to look forward to. I'll see you soon. And any other cooking kind of stuff or anything else related that you want me to do a video, I'm always open to your ideas. That being said, peace. I'm out.